Hello, I'm Crisisaurus, but you can just call me Crisis, and this is Legends Arceus. But before we start, may I have the trainer name incentive that we have started? That could be cut off, and may I have the name?
Yes, the winner for the trainer bid war for the name, we have ESA Plum with $280.59 as the winner.
Is this how you spell it?
Yeah, just like that.
Cool. All right, without further ado, we'll start the run in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Pokemon Legends Arceus, and the main story behind this is that Arceus has decided to send you back in time because the game doesn't give you an explanation as to why, and he just tells you to collect all the Pokemon of the land. Basically, you get isekai'd into a world that you just do not know. So after skipping the initial beginning cutscene, we basically get blasted, and we get to see the 3 starter Pokemon of this game. Unfortunately, we don't get to see which one I'm gonna pick until 12 minutes in. So you get left wondering which one I'm gonna pick for 12 minutes. But in the very beginning of the game, I am going to be going into my settings to change 2 things. One, I'm gonna be changing the camera to its maximum sensitivity so that I can basically see stuff around and be able to look around, and also change one other setting. And then we're going to go into effectively the first trick of the game, which you're going to see me a lot, which is known as crouch canceling. Basically, every time I go into a cutscene trigger, I'm going to be crouching, or interacting with an object. I'm going to be crouching, and basically what this does, it actually saves me a couple of seconds each time, because the game wants you to put yourself back into a standing animation every time you go into a cutscene or interact with an object. And for some reason in this game, going from a crouching position into standing up is faster than doing the whole stopping running animation. So you're gonna see me do this. You're gonna see me doing crouch canceling a lot in this game, as you'll see very shortly. But also, in terms of plot, the professor's now going to ask us to basically catch the Pokemon because, well, he can't throw. He can't throw balls and he can't throw runs, so at least there's one thing going for him. Anyway, here's the settings. Oops. And do we get the first crouch cancel? Oh, no. Basically, in this game, there's crouch canceling, but there's also something known as slow crouch cancel, which is what I did there, which is effectively a much slower variation of a crouch, which is basically just slower in general, and it's all based on timing. So you actually have to press the B button just before you enter a cutscene. But if you press it too late, then that sometimes happens. But as I about to get to this game's catching tutorial, which is a lot different, we have time for a couple donations.
All right, that is perfect because we have a $100 donation from Dig Dog F saying hi from Denmark. And we have another $150 donation from Jir Unicorn that says, Wobbuffet, 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 Team Rocket to the moon. ESA is the best. Nice event. Thank you for the restream. Thank you for the donation.
Cool. So now I'm going to try and attempt the first skip of the game, which is known as breakout skip. Effectively, when the first thing I'm going to do is in this catching tutorial, because catching is dynamic in this game, where it's not just, oh, go into a battle and then just go catch. But in this game, you actually have to aim and throw balls at Pokemon to catch. So what I'm going to attempt to do is on the second Pokemon, I'm going to catch it. And then on the third Pokemon, I'm going to throw the ball just as the second one gets caught so that we can basically skip the animation of it being catching. So here, I'm going to catch the first one, and then I'm going to run up to the second one. But just before getting to it, I'm going to crouch so it doesn't run away. And then on this one, I'm going to be attempting breakout skip. It does only save 10 seconds in a 4-hour run, but hopefully we can get it. So, aiming my ball. And then here I have to mash really fast so I can get it. Oh no, unfortunately, this trick is RNG because the Oshawott can just break out immediately if it wants to. So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait. Also, this is scripted. You will always fail the third one, no matter what. So unfortunately, we don't get the breakout skip showcase, but that's not that bad. Also, to mention, with every single Pokemon game, there is a bunch of text which cannot be skipped. So we're gonna just have to mash through this with this game's wonderful mashing method being the fact that you can only press one button to move the text, and the other has to be held down. So That's gonna be fun for the next 4 hours because, especially in the beginning, this game has a bunch of text because it wants to, immerse you in the story. It's definitely more of the recent Pokemon generations that love to do it. It loves doing storytelling. Especially, well, though story in this game is still very basic as it's a Pokemon game. So when it comes to so when it comes to story here, I'm gonna try and do something frame perfect. It is a 30 FPS game, but this is a frame perfect trick, and that is in this area here, the game is gonna force you to walk with the professor. But if you have a frame, if you start an initial dash within a 1 frame window, you can actually run around. It doesn't save any time at all, but it is just funny to look. So I'm going to see if I can get it. There are 3 other opportunities I can do this in, but this one's the easiest. So, also this is Jubilife Village. This is basically our main hub for the entire game, although we're only going to spend it mostly on the other side because there's nothing else that we really want to do here. See if I can get it. Oh, we got it. Nice. So basically, I'm able to run around here, even though it doesn't change anything. Oh. You alright? I've never seen actually that NPC not have that much text. So yeah, this game, even though it's a Pokemon game made by Game Freak, it still sometimes can be really buggy and really glitchy, and in random cases it can just randomly crash. It's very rare that this game crashes, but luckily this game does have an autosave feature, so if anything bad happens, I can just go ahead and autosave. Also, we got this earlier, but we have a phone that can talk to God. Yeah, I think someone watched one anime way too many times and got inspired. Anyway, we're going to just continue on with the story, get another slow crouch, that's unfortunate, and talk to definitely not the second final fight in the game. Oh, he's definitely not going to backstab us later.
Do you mind if I chime in here really quickly?
Oh yeah, we have time.
Because we just hit $75,000! And us hitting that is a big thanks to a $100 donation from username Annials, saying, before this game, I never knew every Pokemon had the ability to shrink.
Yeah. The professor says earlier that apparently Pokemon just have this natural ability to shrink. Not because of Pokeballs, they just have this natural ability. It's just that Pokemon enhance this ability. That's a thing in this game.
And before, am I allowed to read one more?
You can read donations. There's just plot here right now.
All right, perfect, because we have a $151 donation saying, let's kick off Pokemon with the Hisuian Dex entry for my favorite in Legends Arceus, Hisuian Arcanine. The whole event has been amazing.
Oh, you're gonna see Arcanine soon. Don't worry about that. But right now, after we finally have dinner, we're basically the entire plot of this. Well, the very beginning of this game is that we just got here. The professor is being kind to us and kind of finding us a place to stay. However, in order to stay, we have to pass a trial. In order to catch 3 Pokemon, being a Bidoof, a Starly, and a Shinx. And if we don't catch those 3 Pokemon, we are basically going to be left out to die. That's in-game text, by the way. Yeah, this game definitely has more kind of mature things because we're not just a 10-year-old boy trying to be the best he ever was. We're actually a 15-year-old kid in this game, where we're trying to kind of like just survive in what's basically rural Japan. Because if you guys don't know, this is actually the land of Hisui is actually the Sinnoh region of 100 years of more than 100 years ago. So this is kind of like a prequel to Diamond and Pearl, if you say. This is kind of like how how the Sinnoh region looks the way it is. But yes, but right now we've spent the entire day catching Pokemon. We had the evening to have dinner, and now, as it's normal, we're just going to go to bed. So we go into our own quarters. None of this is really going to be impacting gameplay too much. Basically, we're just going to go into our room and basically just There's one thing I will mention here. There is a book to our right that we have to talk to. If you don't, the game just forces us, so it's actually just faster to talk to the book. And then it basically just tells us, oh, this game has an autosave feature, which is now going to start saving, which is, you know, great. You might be thinking, other Pokemon games turn it off. Why doesn't this one? The reason why is that even if we do turn it off, the game still autosaves. It has a backup save feature. So yeah, we're gonna skip this cutscene, and then we're just going to continue on. If you have time for donations, that will also be pretty good before we go to starter selection.
Yeah, for sure. And we have one more here with Pollister donating $12, saying, "Oh hey, 75,000." It was the one donation that would push us over there, so thank you, Pollister.
All right, now it's time for starter selection. So I want to hear from a crowd. Who's a fan of Rowlet? One person. Who's a fan of Cyndaquil? I'm sorry, I have to say this right now. Grass has never been good in any Pokemon game, so we're not picking Rowlet. Who's a fan of Cyndaquil? And who's a fan of Oshawott? I don't know how to break it to you, because we actually used to pick Oshawott, but now we have to pick Cyndaquil because it's faster. Yeah, so the starter is going to be Cyndaquil. We will actually be explaining momentarily why it's faster, because there is a early game strat that we do that actually allows us to be higher level than normal, which we'll probably get to it, you know, at some point. But right here, basically, it's telling us the point of the trial and getting us ready. So we get this satchel, which is basically going to be the way we store our items. Basically, it's similar to a Gen 1 bag in this game, because we can't actually store as many items. We actually have to be careful on how many items we store. For the most part, we don't need that many items in our bag, and but it can be annoying sometimes when we want to pick up an item, and unfortunately, we won't be able to. So these are the starters for Rowlet and Oshawott fans. This is probably the last time you're going to be seeing them for the entire run. Actually, no, there's one cutscene you might see Rowlet, but not Oshawott. So, pick up Cyndaquil. Pretty slow starter select in my opinion, in my current thing, but it's absolutely fine. So, after this, we're going to run out, and we're basically going to go out into basically the first area of the game. We're going to go to the first area of the game 6 times throughout the run. Actually, no, 7 times throughout the run, but most of the time it's just because the game likes to take in and out, especially in the beginning, where it likes to basically, well, this is effectively the tutorial, and we're going to be in the tutorial section of the game until the about 23 minutes in the game, because this game does have a lot to go through, and there are a lot of changes for this game specifically, which we will get to, especially when it comes to battle mechanics, which is actually going to be coming up very soon. So here I tilt the camera just early so that it can just start tilting, and then we're going to run. This game does have a stamina meter that the game doesn't tell you, so you're going to have to keep that in mind. I'm also here depositing the Pokeballs early. There is a reason for this, which we'll get to. But hey, discount Sifia. Definitely not the final boss of a other category in this game. Anyway, he's gonna actually challenge us to a battle, which actually brings me perfect to understanding battle mechanics. Lesson 1, just the general stuff. So every Pokemon in this game has 6 stats: HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. For the most part, it's not different from Pokemon games, except for 2 aspects. The first aspect is HP is a lot higher in this game than normal. As you can see, my Cyndaquil only being level 5 actually has a lot of HP. And the second thing is how speed works in this game is actually a different thing. So, this is not obviously shown in this fight, but it will be shown in other fights. How speed works in this game is actually more of a traditional RPG than how normally Pokemon games work. Normally, how other Pokemon games work, the speed also this fight just mash A and you win. In how it normally works is in speed. Normally, how speed works is at the beginning of a turn, both players pick a move, and whoever fastest goes first. In this game, it goes more of a traditional RPG because your speed is then turned into an action speed, which the higher your base speed is, the lower your base action speed is, and every time that action speed counter goes down to 0, it's your turn. So sometimes in this game, you will be seeing the opponents move first, even though we didn't pick a move, and that's because their action speed went to 0 first. So here, we're going to talk to him so that we can finally go to the first area. And explain catching Pokemon. Basically, how this game is going to explain us, some Pokemon do not care for our presence, some Pokemon are scared of our presence, and some Pokemon are, to put it lightly, angsty boys. Basically, they will be angry with you and basically start attacking you, and basically they will just be really, really annoying. So, yeah. So, we come here, we crouch cancel again, and this is effectively basically welcome to Tutorial Fieldlands. Not Obsidian, Tutorial, because this entire first area is basically trying to explain the main concept of the game, which we'll discuss the main concept of the game of how we get to the end game in just a moment. But first we have to pass this really mini trial, which is like the easiest thing in the world. Also, you saw me earlier deposit 20 Pokeballs, and that's because if you talk to our rival here, Akari, she will actually give you 20 more Pokeballs if you have none in your inventory. So we get this Bidoof, we get this Apricot while we wait, and we go ahead and catch our second Pokemon. Now, the second Pokemon that we're going to catch is a Starly. The Starly here is pretty simple. The game is teaching us that we're supposed to hide in the bushes to get the Starly. We don't do that because that's slow. So instead, we're just going to run up to the Starly and just say surprise. So yeah, as we do that, we're also going to try and also just like diminish the things that we have to do while we're waiting. So as I get to this, as I get to this Starly, I'm also going to try to get this berry tree at the same time. This might be, that's unfortunate. So unfortunately what happened here was that I got to the berry tree, however it didn't tell me the items yet, so unfortunately I do not get credit. The berry is gone, but I do not get credit for those berries, so it's unfortunate. And also Akari is going to tell us the exact same thing, where basically how we go into battle with wild Pokemon as well is that in our inventory we can press X to switch from items to Pokemon, and while we won't be going into Pokemon, we'll be using effectively our Pokemon to basically get us resources, whereas we'll just be using our items to basically, catch Pokemon. Right now we only have balls, but we're going to be getting other items that will help us also, like, catch more Pokemon throughout the run. Also, for some reason, for this Shink specifically, what we like to do is start the battle by using a backstrike, which we'll explain that mechanic later, and go immediately into the Pokeball. For some reason, this is more consistent than actually damaging the Pokemon and weakening it for some strange reason. It's also faster as well. So that is the initial catching tutorial of this game. This is the initial catching tutorial of the game. There are some more dynamic aspects of the catching tutorial. For the most part, we actually want to be avoiding going into battle with Pokemon, purely because that's actually slow. This is that Shinx and one other Pokemon in the run at the very end, we're going to go into battle to a Pokemon because we are forced to. There might be one case where we might want to go into a battle because it's more consistent for some reason. However, for the most part, this is it. Also, we're going to be going into basically a long pointed dialogue, so any donations is also really, really good.
For sure. We have $5 from Warburn13 saying grass has never been good. Bulbasaur would like to have a word with you.
Even in the speedrun, it's still not that good.
And other than that, I would really like to push and mention once again, everybody, that we do have time once again for the Arceus Fight Showcase. That is currently $422 out of $1,000. So we still have $600 to make it. I think we can make that happen by the end of this run. So get those donations in if you want to see that fight after the run is over.
Oh yeah, you don't want to miss that. Despite the fact that this game is called Legends Arceus, you actually don't fight Arceus until the very end of the post-game. We have to catch all the Pokemon. That's the entire point of this game. You have to catch all 239 Pokemon in this game to actually challenge Arceus. But yeah, right now we're just gonna go back into our own home. This is gonna be the second. We're not gonna ever go back to our home willingly, but basically we have to do this so that because we have to get changed to our uniform, because we're now part of this game's Survey Corps, which is basically the group that's effectively trying to research Pokemon. Which actually brings me perfectly to how we're actually going to get to the end of the game. So this game is going to explain to us that we are going to be a rank 0 Survey Corps member. And ranks are very important in this game, simply because ranks is actually our progression. Is actually a mark of our progression. We can't actually get to certain areas of the game until we get to a certain rank, and to get to the final area of the game, we need to be rank 5. Which so in order to get ranks, you need to do research. You need to do research, and research can mean a lot of things in this game. Catching Pokemon gets you research points. Feeding Pokemon gets you research points, and many other things can get you research points. And research is actually going to be the main thing. So research in this game is effectively just completing tasks on the Pokédex. So the Pokédex actually becomes similar to Let's Go. Pokédex actually becomes a really important factor in this game, because you need to get points to get to ranks, and you need to complete tasks to get points, and you need points to get ranks. How much exactly? We need 8,500 points by the end of Area 4, which is a lot of points. Luckily, there are many ways that we can get points really, really quickly. For one, many Pokemon's points are actually worth double. So some Pokemon tasks have 20 points per task, and others are 10. For the most part, catching Pokemon tends to be 20 points, whereas other tasks, unless they have like a red symbol next to them in the Pokédex, only means 10. So we're going to be optimizing, trying to do the fastest research points, because by getting to 100 points on a Pokemon, or by completing 10 tasks on a Pokemon, we actually get a bonus 100, because we actually get that Pokemon to research level 10 and complete that Pokemon. So you'll be seeing a lot of Pokemon that we're actually going to go out of our way to like feed multiple times, so that we can complete as fast as possible. So the entire run is basically based on research points, and it's based on getting research. Basically, based on completing as many Pokemon as we can in terms of research to get a bonus 100. If anyone can do maths, you probably will think, oh, we have to complete 84, 40, 43 Pokemon. When in reality, we only need to complete 39 for the most part, because there's so many Pokemon. That's unfortunate. There's so many Pokemon that actually gives us bonuses. Simply just by... And some Pokemon that we just catch, simply not for the points, but because it's just there. And catching a Pokemon is like a free 20 points. Also, this is crafting. In order to craft an item, you need both the recipe and the and the materials enough to craft it. So here we crafted 20 Pokeballs, because we're going to need every single one, because money later on is going to be extremely important. So here we get the Pokedex, and we're going to be explaining which Pokemon research I will do and which Pokemon research I will not do. But there's going to be a pattern to things. Battling research is only going to be optimal on certain Pokemon and not other Pokemon. Basically, we don't really want to do many battles. We don't want to do battles because it's slow. So we're mainly going to be focusing on tasks that are out of battle. Also, this is going to be the last time we're actually going to run through here, because after we come back, we will then gain the ability just to warp to places, which is going to be a lot faster. As you can see here, you can actually hear him paint. This is how the game tells you that you're low on stamina. We're going to have to do some stamina conversion, because some stamina like conservation at certain points, so that we don't kind of get screwed. But now, from this point onwards, we now finally get another piece of movement tech, which is the dodge roll. It's going to be useful. So every time I do catch a Pokemon or do certain things that might look weird, I'm actually doing it specific for a specific reason, mainly because of research points. Also, isn't it weird that you can dodge roll as many times as you want, but you can't run? I'm pretty sure running takes less energy than dodge rolling.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. I never thought of it that.
Also, we can dodge roll but can't swim. That is something to know about this game. We actually cannot swim in this game. So, in this game, the game is going to probably like entice you to say, "Oh, hey, you should catch these Bidoofs because they're like parts of research." We are going to be finishing Bidoof in terms of research. However, we're going to not be catching these Bidoofs yet, simply because we have two empty slots in our party, and we want to actually use these Pokemon in our party to gain a bunch of experience very early on. And you're going to see that as very soon. And it's only available to be done on Cyndaquil. Technically, Rowlet could do it, but it's actually not optimal to use. Still not optimal to use Rowlet. So here we're going to rotate the camera and get this tree, which contains apricorns. Apricorns are going to be very important, and so is going to be. Apparently, so crouch, and so is going to be other items like Tubblestone. Unfortunately, that Pokemon went out, so hopefully the Starly cooperates. We also want these Wurmples. So our team either wants to be, right now, a Starly and a Wurmple, or two Wurmples caught. We only caught one of the Wurmple, but that's fine. We definitely want to catch a specific Pokemon. This is because we actually want to evolve a lot of our Pokemon really early. So here we go. So after this, we're actually going to be involving most of our team members, actually. After this area. So once we finally get through these waypoints, which are required by the game, we're then going to go towards Akari once again. We're going to try and catch this Wurmple if we can. Unfortunately, it is RNG whether or not a Pokemon stays in the ball or not. As unfortunately that one breaks out, so we're going to have to make sure we catch two Wurmples later. We're going to get these apricorn trees, so that, because one of the items in the game that is completely random and luck-based is actually something known as spoiled apricorns and mud bombs. These are stun items. Unfortunately, these are the one items that we cannot buy in the game. There's no way in any percent to actually buy them, and these stun items are going to be very, very important later on, because they make catching Pokemon easier, but also certain Pokemon have tasks related to stun. So here, we're going to warp back, but we're actually going to go and make a quick detour. This is the experience thing we're going to do. So here we're going to go dodge roll up this cliff, and then we're going to hold a Pokeball, which makes climbing up this cliff a little easier. Don't ask why. It just does. Here we're going to basically catch the worst Pokemon in early game, being Shinx. They tend to be really annoying to catch sometimes, so hopefully this time they are cooperative. So we're going to catch this one, and then we're going to catch this one. Unfortunately, the first Shinx broke out, so I'm going to have to take this a little slowly. Oh, that's not fair. I got scammed by the game. Sometimes if you're too far away from a Pokemon, the game will just say no and just not allow you to have that Pokemon in the ball. But now we're going to actually understand the second point of battle mechanics, which is actually battling against wild Pokemon. We were not going to do that often, but we're going to do it here because it allows us to level up really fast, especially against these Beautifly that we're going to face. Before that, I actually need both of them to stay in. Okay, good. So nice spoil Apricorn. So here we're going to go into battle, and then we're going to backstrike this Beautifly. By backstriking a Pokemon in Wild, we actually always get to move first against it, no matter what its speed stat is. As you can see, we're trying to fight a level 22 Beautifly with a level 8 Cyndaquil, which might not seem bad, but the first turn it always gets stunned, and it decides the Iron Defense, which is kind of annoying, but it should just be fine. Hopefully. Ooh, I might actually... It's still burnt. Okay, what I'm gonna do... Okay, this should kill? Oh, kills, good. So, by doing that, our entire team is now gonna get so much experience. Like, look at the amount of experience I'm gonna get. Now, here, I'm also gonna do a very specific thing as well. For this Beautifly, I'm gonna use Ember first, but I'm actually going to use Rollout secondly, because Beautiflies have tasks not just when it's defeated, but also which type of move did I use to defeat it with. So for Beautifly specifically, it has a task that says defeat with rock type. So we're going to need one more. Wait, where's the... Are you over there? Why do you have to be difficult? Okay, for some reason this Beautifly was very difficult, but it's fine. Look at me. I have the high ground now. It's over Beautifly. I have the high ground. But anyway, we're going to finally get we defeat here, and then after we go and defeat that, we're then going to walk back to camp, and we're basically going to spend the next minute just evolving all our Pokemon. So if we have donations, that'll be a good time. Level 19, that's rad.
We have a $20 donation from Huxley saying, shout out to the Crisisaurus, smashing it on stream. Much love from Huxley.
Wait. Oh, okay. So, we're going to be evolving Pokemon, and one of the things I want to mention is... Actually, I should keep a note. I actually have a note here because sometimes a lot of Pokemon tend to be different, and Wurmple actually tends to be pretty RNG, so we actually got Silcoon here as our first Evo. So Wurmple can evolve into two different things, and which one it evolves kind of also determines what kind of task we're going to do. So right here we see Silcoon, which isn't ideal for right now, but we can either get another Pokemon done, or it really depends on what it evolves. It's really kind of just random. We're going to evolve every single Pokemon except the first Starly. Also should check that Starly is current genders. And so we're going to evolve everything except for Starly, simply because a gimmick in this game is... no, don't want to do that. A gimmick in this game is that if a Pokemon can evolve... Oh, wait, no, I'm being stupid. There we go. So a gimmick in this game is if a Pokemon can evolve, but we choose not to, they gain bonus experience, and that's going to be really helpful in this Starly, because in the damage calculation for this game specifically, level is actually the most important stat when it comes to damage in this game, mainly because in the damage calculator, level has a big fat 3x multiplier towards it for some reason in this game. And yeah, so here I get the ability to warp, so we can actually warp to the Galaxy Hole instead of having to warp like everyone else. I suppose thank you, Arceus, for that. And then here we're going to say that we finally got our 500 points, and we're finally going to get ourselves the first rank, and be able to finally cross a bridge that we wouldn't be able to. And then after that, it's just a bit more text. And basically, after basically every single like day in this game, basically the game is going to be like, hey, you did it, well done, you finally did something, let's go eat, talk about plot related stuff that we mostly don't care about because we're speedrunners, we're speed. And yeah, I guess I can mention in comparing this game to other games, one of the other things that you did see through this game is there is animations turned on in this game. That is not a mistake. This is purely because in this game, as well as like XD Gale of Darkness you saw earlier, battle animations must be left on because they cannot be turned off. As much as we would want to, they can't be turned off, which does make this run for a more visually entertaining run, but it does mean that move turns actually matter. Speaking of a very weird fight, this one here, you might be thinking, we want to be level 18 at least for this fight. Fortunately for us, we're actually level 19, which is actually really rare for Quilava to be 19 at this point in the game. Normally, I've only seen it as 18, but it can also be 17. And you might be thinking, wait, why is being level 17 bad for this fight, despite the fact that this Pikachu that we're about to fight is a level 9? Well, the reason why it's a bad fight is it's important to be 18 is because level 18 is when we get Flame Wheel, which is a guaranteed Oko on this Pikachu. But if we're level 17, we have to go for Strong Ember instead, which will explain strong moves and agile moves, which is a gimmick for this game. But being 17 is actually a lot worse because the Strong Ember that we go for is actually a range, which is not great. But luckily we can just do that, and we do Flame Wheel, and oh, fight's over. We're gonna get a little bit more of a text here, so we can accept the donation here.
That's great because we get a $100 donation from Halkery saying, good luck, Crisis. Let's get that Arceus fight. I'll donate $30 more for perfect Finion.
Oh god, no!
And once again, that $100 goes towards the Arceus fight showcase at the end, which pushes us past halfway for that. Let's see if we can meet that. We got 4 hours. We can definitely do it.
So, for those who don't know, Halkery is actually the current world record holder for this category, as well as Catch-em-all. He actually recently got 8 hours and a half for Catch-em-all, which is actually like really impressive, especially on a very RNG heavy category. So, the fact that he's making me do perfect Finion, I always called it stupid fish because it's really dumb. I wasn't really gonna go to it because it is pretty. Not paying attention. It is kind of RNG based on its spawns, but now I have to go for it. That's just a rule. Also, I'm going to say this is probably one of the best foreshadowings of the entire story, because look, Bolo's backstabbing us right here, or at least scaring us in the back. It's basically a gimmick in this game where if you throw a ball to the Pokemon's back, it actually makes catching the Pokemon a lot higher. We still don't really know catch rates in this game. We just take the game's word for it to say it's a catching. So here, I'd like to check the Pokemon's research level. Oh, it's 3, so we don't have to worry about any heavy Bidoofs, which is really nice. So, unfortunately, some research tasks in this game is RNG. So, not needing to worry about that is really nice. So here, I want to play this kind of safe. So we kind of want to catch these. Oh, we caught 2 heavies, nice. So here we want to catch these Starlies as well. We want to catch 6 Starlies, if we can. And we also want to catch 6 Bidoofs before the end of this area. Well, before the end of this section. So here, make sure I get the right Pokemon. Here, we're going to go talk to him, which is basically our 1-star thing. And here we're going to meet Mai of the Diamond Clan. We'll explain what really the 2 clans are in just a moment, because they have a better place. But here, we're going to learn another thing about the battle mechanics in this game. And that is moves that affect action speed. So Luxio is actually a perfect example for this fight. Because assuming it's not the slowest Luxio in the world, which I have seen it, basically what allows me to do is I'm going for this fight 2 bites and a Thunder Fang. And what this allows me to do is you'll see that I'm actually going to get an extra turn against this Munchlax. So here's bite 1. It's going to go for tackle, which I always know it does. It can miss, which is slightly faster. We're going to go for bite 2. And then now I immediately get to move again and go for Thunder Fang. And it doesn't miss, so that's really good. And that's effectively kind of like the Munchlax fight. It's not a very hard fight because of the Beautifly stuff, we are actually like super high leveled compared to everything else in this area, which is not going to last very long actually. Because the whole game expects you to like go around, catch so many Pokemon, whereas we kind of just go through the pathway, and if there's a Pokemon that we want to get, we're just going to go get it. I am definitely going to be taking this more safe. However, despite the fact that this estimate is 4 hours and 20 minutes, I am actually going to try to get for sub 4. Which is going to be a really hard thing to do, but I really want to see if I can get a sub 4 hours in this game, which is currently my average. So here we want to pick the second option because it's 1 less text box. I think I was a bit slow on that. But basically, she's explaining the deity about the Almighty Sinnoh. We'll explain this whole plot thing with the Almighty Sinnoh and the deities. But right now, we have another Pokemon we need to catch, being Kricketot. So here we just go catch the first one. We're going to go around here so we don't scare any of the other Kricketots. Here we're also going to try and catch another Starly, because we need 6. And then here we're going to go duck here, and we're actually going to start our first feeding task. So there's the Kricketot over there, and we get the Kricketot over here. You're going to eat this? Yep. Just go there slowly. Oh, it didn't feed. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that later. So here we go up this way. I want to get this tree here, and I want to get these birds here, hopefully. Oh, I missed, that's fine. And then here, we're going to try to get Geodude. How did you see me already? So yeah, sometimes Geodude can be kind of a really bad Pokemon to catch. So here I'm just going to be trying to play it extremely safe because getting Geodude is really, really good. Because I'll explain something about research that's kind of broken in this game. There's one. And... ooh, I need one more. I might have to use a stun item early, which is not ideal. We did catch a heavy Geodude, so which is really useful. You're not turning around, so hopefully that stays in. Oh, it stays in, nice. So being able to have 2 Geodudes is really useful because I can catch one more later, and we're also going to be evolving Geodudes. So here's also going to be our first showcase of alpha Pokemon. So basically alpha Pokemon is going to be basically just these big Pokemon that are for the most part just kind of scary to deal with, and we don't really want to deal with them in the wild area. Wild area. This isn't Sword and Shield. And just in the wild in general. In this one, this is a forced fight with Kricketune. We can't actually avoid this fight. Yeah, for the alpha is a Kricketune, so let's hear its amazing cry. So yeah, here we're going to learn the thing about the main gimmick about battling in this game, known as agile moves and strong moves. So in this game, and this game only, as of right now, we don't know, Scarlet Violet hasn't really released yet, there is a gimmick known as strong moves and agile moves. At the cost of, make sure there is the right Pokemon, at the cost of 2 PP, you can either make a move agile or strong. Strong moves are agile moves based. The game says that agile moves make you more nimble and basically allow you to attack. So in this case, it allows you to effectively allow its Kricketune to attack twice. So we're going to get Aerial Aced. We're then going to use an Agile Ember. And then here we're going to check how much damage the Ember does. Which is... oh, not a lot. I'm going to play safe. And then here we use a strong move. So agile moves basically decrease the move's power, but effectively if it's a damaging agile move, it will add action points to the opposing Pokemon, which is 3, which in this case allows me to go again a second time. And then strong moves for the cost of 2 power points actually allows me to increase the power of my moves, but it will give me a negative effect on my action speed. So it'll give me a +5 on my own action speed. And remember, less is better. So, yeah. Here we're going to have basically just a long cutscene where we basically get the concept of being able to have more camps in certain areas. Willingly, we're not actually going to set up any more camps because, again, we don't really need these warp points, but well, at least the camps want points. You can set up a camp in all the other areas in other places, but in any percent, we actually don't need to set up this camp. But this one is the first camp that we set up because it's like kind of like the tutorial to basically do this. But anyway, while we go through this text, I think we should start a donation train. So I think for $5, I think we should tell people what is their favorite Pokemon. So I'm gonna ask our reader, what is your favorite Pokemon? I guess I'll do, I don't know what I'll do, but I'll be impressed if someone can guess my favorite Pokemon, but I want to know, what is your favorite Pokemon?
I mean, I haven't played Pokemon in a long time, so I'd probably just go, I'm a big fan of Meowth just because of the TV show, so that's probably what I would go with.
That's not bad. That's not a bad choice. You're going to see a lot of new Pokemon. You probably saw one just there. You have no idea what that white Pokemon is, do you?
Oh, not at all. Yeah, I haven't been in the Pokemon Ring since Gen 1 or 2, so a lot of this is new to me.
So the Pokemon that we just saw, which will become very useful very shortly at some point, is actually known as Weird Year, which is actually the evolution of Stantler. So we're not actually going to obtain it, but it is going to be useful, and you're going to see in in a moment. But now it's actually going to be a great time to talk about the bid war that's actually happening right now. And I'll take the full explanation here. So the two characters that we're about to meet. Oh wait, hold on. Give me those Pokeballs. I'm going to need those. So the two characters that we're going to meet is Adamant and Irida, and that's basically what the entire bid war is about, as you will see right now. So these two characters, Adamant is the leader of the Diamond Clan, and he is actually believes that the Almighty Sinnoh, which is a deity in this game, which is considered to be in this game a deity. Remember, we're in Hisui, the deity is called Almighty Sinnoh. It's like a bit confusing, but hopefully people will get it. But basically, Adamant, part of the Diamond Clan, believes that the deity is the ruler of time, is able to control time, whereas the Pearl Clan believes that the deity is the being that is able to control space. So you can probably guess what they're trying to refer to here. Basically, so they believe that the deity of this land either controls only time or only space. Basically, this is Pokemon's take of explaining religious commentary in this game, which is, you know, a little interesting. But the main thing to note is that A, they're both right, and B, they're both wrong. There is two deities. The two deities do exist, except they're not the main deity that they think they're worshipping. So, you know, that's a fun. They'll learn the hard way. Don't worry. But yeah, basically what they're now explaining is that one other thing to mention is that all the 5 areas, every Pokemon has a lord. Like the Diamond Clan believe that there are 5 Pokemon that they've passed down, that the deity have passed down to be like guardians of this land, and so does the Pearl Clan. However, one of the lords, being Lord Cleavor, which is a new Pokemon in this game, is going haywire and it's like hurting people. It's actually explained in a cutscene that we skipped. Oh yeah, I forgot the incentive. At about the 3-hour mark, we're actually going to be closing the Adamant and Irida incentive, and this is actually because at the very end of the game, they're going to help us, and what I mean by help, I mean they're just going to stand there while we do all the work. But basically, one is going to help us on screen, and the other is going to help us off screen. So you're actually voting for the one that we actually keep on screen for a little longer. So if you actually want us to see more of Adamant for a bit longer, you probably want to give money to Adamant. If you want to see Irida for longer, you actually want to give money to Irida. This does affect one fight in the very end, near the end of the game, and it actually does change the appearance of the final boss. So yeah, we will be mentioning this bid wars, this current bid war, a lot throughout the entire run. I think right now it's Irida's in the lead.
Yes, currently Irida is in the lead, $25 to $5. So if you want to see Adamant joining our side, you got to get those donations in for that.
Yeah, so Irida. So yeah, but let's face it, they are picking the right one because Irida is faster. So if you want this to be a slightly faster run, pick Irida. If you want this to be slightly slower, pick Adamant. So right now we're just going through this little text, and then we're going to actually introduce to, I believe, the casual player's most rich NPC in the entire game, and it's this guy. So this guy is able to expand your satchel space at an increasing price of 100, 200, 500, and then it goes all the way up to, like, I don't know, like something ridiculous like 100,000 for an extra space in your bag. So for most casual players, I believe he's like the most expensive, but in an any percent run, we actually we don't need those spaces for the most part. We're going to be like doing space management. But in Catch-em-all, we actually pay him a little bit just for extra space because we actually need a lot more items. I will be explaining the differences between this category and Catch-em-all. So now we press the right place to warp because we can't pick the wrong one and waste time. We're now going to be moving over. Here I'm going to be kind of going this way just to check on Starly. I just want to see its Starly to be rank 8. Oh, it's reset level 9. We're good. So here we're just going to go kind of go down this cliff in a weird way. Short game. I'll allow that. Going down cliffs in this game is kind of weird sometimes. And we're also going to grab these resources because these will be very important later. Here we're going to go crouch and catch this Paris. It's not an important Pokemon to have, but it's a Pokemon that's a nice have. We're also going to fix the mistake that I did earlier and feed this Kricketot real quick. We're also going to check for an early Kricketune. That's not early Kricketune, so we just want you to eat the thing. Thank you. So that's another task, which also means that now Kricketot, in terms of research, is now done. So here we now want to finish Bidoof just by simply catching 2 more. So we're going to catch this one, and we're also going to catch, hopefully... not sure why that happened, but sure. This Bidoof is just kind of chilling here. But luckily we now have 6, so we don't have to watch it. And then we're going to throw a Pokeball in this Alpha, mainly so that it doesn't annoy us. But it'll be really funny if we accidentally catch the Alpha. It can happen, however, it is extremely rare, like a 1.2% chance of happening. And unfortunately we don't, but it's not very important for this run. So right now, on our way towards the Heartwood, we're actually going to do a couple of Pokemon here, mainly Psyduck and Baneri. So for Baneri, we kind of want to feed 4 of them and catch 1, but in terms of the Pokemon in this game, there are many ways that you can complete them. So you can kind of just pick and choose what you think the fastest way is. So here there's a Baneri and a Psyduck. So we're actually going to throw that here. And I'm also going to throw... Oh, this bunny saw me. It's actually annoying. Stop moving, stop moving. There we go. Hopefully this Psyduck stays in and also this bunny, which will help me a lot. That's nice. For Psyducks, we're actually going to be defeating... We're going to be feeding 3 of them, and then we're going to also be catching 3 of them, and then defeating 1 with an electric move. Which also helps out Luxio as well. We kind of need to do this early on, because in terms of Pokemon, we're kind of limited in what we can do. So hopefully these Pokemon don't be too much of a pain, because they can be. Let's see. They both stay in. If they both stay in, that's really useful, which they do. Which is nice. And also... Now that the game tells me that Bidoof is going to evolve, I'm actually going to go into this bush real quick and actually evolve my Bidoof. This is because I want to evolve Bidoof before it gets to 16, so it can automatically learn Water Bolt. The barrel is actually going to be useful for a fight very later on. So, we're also going to see what Wurmples we get. So, this is actually kind of important to know, because these Wurmples, again, can evolve into random thing, either a Silcoon or a Cascoon. We already have a Silcoon early, so we kind of want to see a split here, just so that we can maximize points. Okay, there's a Cascoon. Although Cascoon is also not that bad either, because then we can then do Dustox early. So, let's see if this becomes a Silcoon or a Cascoon. And it's a Silcoon, okay. So, what this means is that Cascoon is now considered a bonus Pokemon, and Silcoon is now actually finished. So here, we're going to feed a couple more bunnies. Ooh, there's no more ducks here. That's a bit annoying. And then, if that stays in, I think that just gets in, right? For some reason, the other bunnies notice me, but not me. So I'm gonna feed this one and just catch it, and then we can just leave. So here we're basically going to just ignore all these Pokemon and leave. I do have to remind myself that I have to, before leaving this area, defeat a Psyduck with a Thunderfang, but we'll do that in just a moment. Here we want to make sure that Luxio is in our lead, so that going into this fight we lead Luxio. We can switch leads just by pressing L and R on the Pokemon menu, and there I forgot to crouch cancel, so you can see how slow the animation of just not stopping is. So, stopping is. So, there's that. This fight is also pretty simple. The fights in this game is kind of just mostly they only have 1 Pokemon, at least in the early game. Later on, they're gonna have a new way of basically making this game hard, but we'll in terms of fights. But here, we're just going to go ahead and use a Bite and a Thunderfang. And basically we're just hoping that it doesn't crit, which is very good. Critting this is actually really bad, because then we have to do another fight for Thunderfang. Also, another thing about this game is that going for super effective and not very effective moves isn't actually a bad thing in this game. simply because there is no punishment for going for it, because we don't actually lose time. In other Pokemon games, especially mainline Pokemon games, although XD and Gale of Darkness, XD Gale of Darkness and Colosseum are exceptions to this rule, the game kind of likes to play the text of super effective afterwards. But in this game, it likes to play the super effective, not very text beforehand. However, that's not the same for critical hits, so we don't want to see any useless critical hits throughout this run. There are some crits that are fine, but crits for the most part are very slow, so we don't want to see it. As we kind of go through some of this text, I think we can have time for a couple of donations.
All right, we have Pinecone chiming in here with $26, saying $26 for number 260 Swamperts. And we also have $5 from Jay, saying Hedge Crisis, best of luck with the run. And then we have $32 from Prometheus, saying my favorite Pokemon is Hisuidex number 32, Glaceon. It was what you can call love at first sight. Glaceon is elegant, strong, and unbelievably cute. Also, huge love and respect to Crisis for doing a 4-hour-long speedrunning commentary all by himself. Yeah, can we get a round of applause for Crisis here, please?
Thank you. So here, the professor's gonna have a eureka moment, mainly because we're trying to find a way to calm down the noble Pokemon Cleaver, who is in a frenzy as of right now. So he's gonna have the eureka moment right now. There it is. And basically, he's gonna create. Basically, we're going to use the entire mechanics of throwing Pokeballs, and basically we're just gonna be throwing they call it bombs, but it's basically just tea bags at him. We're basically going to be throwing tea bags, which contain, like, the Pokemon's favorite food. But before that, because we actually got the rank, it's actually optimal to get the rank now, to rank up now, because then we don't have to kind of, like, walk towards the commander now. So this is now finally rank 2. We have now 3 more ranks to go for, which is... So we still have a lot of points to get to, and hopefully that we don't make too many mistakes and have to, fix things. So that'll be great. So here we go, back to the front gate. Our position is wrong on the map, as you may have seen. This game sometimes likes to put us in the wrong position for some reason, but it doesn't really matter too much. And we're now actually going to get a very, very useful item known as the Celestic Flute. And the Celestic Flute allows us to summon certain Pokemon. So you see this Weirdier here. Basically, we're now going to be able to get the ability to ride on Weirdier, which is basically going to be, throughout the entire game, the fastest form of movement throughout the entire game. And we're also going to be abusing some geometry in this game and getting to places where I'm pretty certain the game does not want us to go. But Weirdier is able to do that. You won't be seeing it here, but you will be seeing it, especially in the next 2 areas where this game definitely emphasizes re-exploration. And of course, we're not going to do that because we're speedrunners. Why would we need to re-explore places that we don't need to? But yeah. Also, one other thing that you might see me do, which is going to go weird, is I'm not going to catch a single Pokemon. This is simply so that we're going to do something known as catchless. So, as you may have seen, every time we catch Pokemon, the professor's like, oh yeah, here's your survey report, here's of how many Pokemon you caught, and here's the amount of money that we're going to give you. We're actually going to do that because it saves us just a little bit of time. So, here's our fast form of fast travel. As you can see, way, way faster. We can't use Pokeballs while we're on it, but we can just get off and then use a Pokeball. So we still want these materials because they're still very important throughout this run. And we kind of just want to do things. I also like, just as a safety thing, like to check for Kricketune because I like to feed one early, but there's no Kricketune here, so it's fine. So here we want to grab this, and we kind of just want to keep going. The only thing I want to make sure that I keep an eye out is I do want to still use a Thunder Fang on a Psyduck. So we are unfortunately gonna have to take things slowly here, a little slowly here. But here's a Psyduck. I'm sorry, Psyduck. Anyone who is a fan of Psyduck, you should probably look away. You know, I'll do it for you. Anyway, aside from that, now that completes Psyduck, but it makes every other Pokemon around it kind of angry. But that's completely fine. We can just ignore all the Pokemon. Oh no. Oh no. So the reason why I'm saying oh no a lot is there is a mechanic in this game known as weather. I wasn't really gonna talk too much about it because none of the weathers really mean anything except this one. Guess what? We're gonna have to deal with RNG now. Why? Because they thought, do you know what a brilliant mechanic to bring back is? Fog. And do you know what fog does? Decreases accuracy of all your moves. And so now, we're gonna have to play around, for at least this fight specifically, around fog, which isn't great. So here I'm gonna go for a quick attack and hopefully I get it. Okay, that's the first one. That's a critical hit which might have mattered, but here, Glaceon's gonna go for Swift, which never misses, so that's not fun. And hopefully, okay, we actually land the Flame Wheel, which is really, really good. And now this Glaceon goes down, and that is the first of two Irida fights down. And now we're going to move on to the boss of this area. So, coming up, in order to actually calm down the frenzy Pokemon, we're actually gonna have to go into a Pokemon fight, and this is basically the moment where many people joked about when it initially got announced. But this is the Dark Souls of Pokemon, where we kind of have to go around and kind of like dodge Pokemon. Luckily, there's actually a way to kind of just infinite loop this boss fight, and just make it always do the same attacks over and over and over again, and kind of be more consistent. So I'm gonna hopefully just be able to showcase that off really nicely. So we skip the movie, we skip this movie and go into the boss fight. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of move left while also throwing these bombs towards it, and then we're kind of gonna wait till a moment to then dodge roll, like here. It's then gonna get stunned here because we moved it towards a wall. Then we're gonna bait it to do a wind attack, which it's doing right now. Then we want to go all the way back. And then we're gonna try and go close to it and stand in a very not specific spot so that it dashes, but it doesn't hurt us. Unfortunately, we were a bit unlucky there, but it's completely fine. So then we want to throw in this state. He now goes angry, so he can't be damaged. So I'm gonna throw it up so that it then can land. Then we want to move back. Then we want to move forward. Then we want to move back forward and then try and do the same trick again. Unfortunately, I didn't get it, but it's completely fine. Then we kind of just want to throw bombs. I'm going to go back just to play it safe, and that's the first boss fight done. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the, be able to be invincible in the area of being pushed, but overall, that was a pretty solid fight. So, that's also really good to, so yeah, right now we're about to get some text, and Irida's also going to give us like 3 citrus berries, which is kind of just like pseudo orange berries for us in this case, because we're not actually going to be using these berries for anything except really feeding, because every single Pokemon does have a favorite food, but for the most part, we don't really like go out of our way to do it, so we just prefer to use orange berries because every Pokemon likes orange berries. Just a natural state of things. So yeah, in every area, weather can spawn. It's mostly a catch-em-all thing where we have to keep worried about weather. But in this game, the only 2 weathers that are kind of bad for us is rain and fog. Fog because of the accuracy, and rain because it affects fire moves. So here I'm gonna do a party swap, and I'm just gonna have a lone Shinx. Trust me, we're gonna win the next few fights with just the Shinx. Trust me. So here we got 2200, which is actually kind of just normal to get 2200 after leaving Obsidian. Actually, I didn't finish Starly, so we actually got some. I think we're very good on points right now. So here Volo's like super excited because apparently we got Arceus plate. We got some plates. Didn't realize that plates are gonna be that great, but yeah, he's really fascinated with our plates. But Pokemon is just giving it to us. Oh, you know, that's fun. Anyway, we're gonna warp, and yeah, basically we're just gonna go continue on up, and basically just tell Kamado, who was our commander, that hey, we're done. Hey, we kind of helped Cleaver by beating it up. by throwing stuff at it. So, you know, that's fun. This is basically what happens every single time you've basically finished an area. You basically have to go all the way up and basically tell the commander that, hey, look, we've done the thing, and then we get this cutscene of eating, and then that's it. We're going to be seeing this cutscene a lot, by the way. It's not the same cutscene because it does have different text, but basically we're just going to see us just, like, you know, eating and say, hey, this is what we did, you know, good job, and eating. The only variation actually comes here because there's a request that we're forced to accept. For the most part, we're not going to accept any requests because they're slow, but this is one that we're going to have to take. Simply because we just have to. The game forces us to. This is the Spirit Tomb side quest, actually. It's basically going to tell us, hey, we should collect all 107, all 106 other wisps that are everywhere, including, and then also +1, so that's 107. So, but we're not going to do that because that's slow. That's a different category. That's a category extension, actually, which is just collect all these wisps as fast as possible. We're not going to collect any of them, and you're not going to make it, and no one's going to make me do so. Because collecting wisps is way too slow. There's only one wisp that we're going to collect, and that's the one that the game kind of forces upon us. But aside from that, we're just going to run through here and collect this wisp. That's one of all the wisps that we're going to collect. So yeah, there's really not really much. There's a lot of, in this game specifically, and this is also kind of similar to more modern Pokemon games as well, there's a lot of downtime between, like, moments. And with the unfortunate thing about this game is that I have to always continue mashing. There's only one place I'm allowed to take a small break. So that's fun. And I have, in many cases, actually used that opportunity when doing multiple reset runs of this game to use the bathroom during that break. So it's very, very short though. It's like a lot of the time I had to actually take the controller with me and just like continue mashing afterwards outside. So that's you know, fun. Anyway, allow me to introduce to you more RNG, being Ginter. So Ginter can sell us, that's a bad crouch cancel, can sell us random items, sets of items, and wow, we got nothing good. So unfortunately, we don't get anything good, so here we're just going to do normal shopping of buying items that might look weird. For view. These items may look weird, but we are actually going to be crafting a very, very useful item. That basically just that actually helped the speedrun a lot, actually. But we'll get to what that item is and what people might not know about it. But right now, we're going to get our mission briefing, which is basically the fact that this girl is actually the warden of another frenzy Pokemon, of another frenzy Pokemon, but we don't know that. Well, we don't know that she's trying to help her Pokemon. She's actually trying to help a different Pokemon known as Ursaluna, who's currently on a rampage and kind of being really bad right now. So we're going to go ahead and help her, but not before our rival in this game, challenges us to a fight. And yes, we are going to be taking a level 3 Shinx with us. Don't worry, this level 3 Shinx is going to do great. He's going to do great things, people. Don't judge me. Despite the fact that this Mime Junior is level 18 and like 10 levels above. So here we go. Here's our Shinx. Oh, sorry, level 5 Shinx. I'll give it more credit than it wants to do. And oh, we just died. Okay, I gotta say, it's optimal to actually lose in this fight. Don't worry, I'm just pulling your leg. It is actually faster to lose this fight than it is actually to win this fight. And yeah, you're gonna definitely be seeing that a couple of times in this run, where it's actually more optimal to lose fights than it is to win fights. Anyway, welcome to the second area of the game, known as the Crimson Meerlands. Or Mylands, or someone's going to be annoyed of how I pronounce something today. But you know what? If you think you have a better pronunciation for the word Meerlands, how about you just donate money just to tell me? How about that? That seems like a good idea.
Speaking of which, do we have time for a donation here?
One.
One? All right. We got $25 here from Dan19 saying, good luck with the run. I hope your webcam doesn't fall over mid-run this time.
Oh yeah, that happened once. It wasn't even a webcam, it was actually a camera. But it was fine. Anyway, we go here, activate this cutscene. Go ahead and go into this cutscene. Basically, this is another warden for the Pokemon Ursaluna, who's currently in a rampage. She basically tells us that me falling from the sky, I don't know how many thousands of meters up, is apparently not very impressive. And basically, she's basically just basically she does not want any of our help at all. So yeah, she's basically just gonna say, "Nah, I don't want to help you. I don't want to help you, you galaxy people." And then Volo comes in, says, "Hello, hi, let's fight." As he does. So as you may notice, I didn't actually switch my party at all, and that is actually because that is on purpose. This is the second of 5 fights in this game. Well, there's actually more fights you can lose, but this is the second of 5 fights we lose on purpose again. So here, we're just gonna go for quick attack, mainly because we actually want to do enough quick attacks. And I guess this Toga Beach decided to choose Death, which is absolutely fine, which is still fast, but oh, okay, that's slow because we got a critical hit. That's not necessary, by the way. But yeah, it is still faster to lose this fight because, well, we don't get the whole text to say, "Oh, hey, you won. Yeah, here's a bunch of text that you're gonna see in the next fight." Unfortunately, the fight that's about to come up right now is actually a fight that we cannot lose as much as we would want to. So here we're going to now warp. We're gonna warp back, and basically we're gonna go to a campfire that's kind of close to where we are. But before that, we're going to basically craft maximum heavy balls, maximum stealth sprays, and maximum revives. And then I'm gonna do 2 things here. I'm gonna make sure that we get our entire team. And then we want 2 Geodudes. I'm actually gonna leave an empty spot for right now. And then I'm also gonna do this because we're low on Pokeballs. I'm actually gonna do a safety shop here and just get a little more Pokeballs. And then here, I'm gonna check my stun situation, 4 and 3. So I can actually go for this. I'm gonna stun this Carnivine using 2 items, and I'm gonna try and catch it. If it stays in the party, that's really useful. But if it doesn't, it's fine. Oh, nice, we caught it. It makes a certain fight later on a little easier. Anyway, before we continue on, we want to evolve this Starly into Staravia for this next fight, because this fight can go wrong very, very quickly if we get an unfortunate critical hit. So we're really hoping that we don't get an unfortunate critical hit in this fight. So here we're going to be introduced to 3 new characters who is going to be a nuisance, and you might recognize their inspiration from if you've played any of the Sinnoh games. I'm not going to tell you who they are. You're going to have to figure that one out for yourself. But basically, these are the 3 actually, what are they called? We call them the Bandits, but they are... Oh, the Misfortune Sisters. Basically, their names are basically based on, like, lucky stuff. So we have Coin, Charm, and Clover. We're gonna fight... we're only gonna fight Coin for right now. This is the first Coin fight. We're gonna fight her twice in this run. But she has a Toxicroak, a really early Toxicroak. Toxicroak shouldn't evolve at the level that she has it, but, you know, we're gonna have it. And this fight is gonna be interesting. Let's see. So Venoshock, don't crit. Nice. And then here, I'm actually gonna go for a quick attack into a strong Aerial Ace, which is slightly faster than doing 2 Aerial Aces because of like move animation and stuff, but also because I checked my Starlies, and the first two Starlies that I caught were of different genders, so I don't actually have to do it. But also mainly because I have to do Carnivine anyway, I'm gonna eventually have to use the Aerial Aces anyway, so this allows me to take a faster fight. So because I remember that some Pokemon were aggro before me, normally I would warp back to the campsite from here, but because I'm aggroed, I'm actually just going to instead go to the cave where I need to be. And go to the cave where I need to be, in order to continue the story. Oh, I'm not aggroed anymore. So I guess I can warp. Okay, that was weird. But anyway, we want to do this so that we can then basically just do this Pokemon now. We either do it now or do it later. I like doing it now. So here we want to feed the 3 Badoos that are right here. And we want to catch at least one of them unspotted or catch at least 2. So we want to throw 1 ball here. I want to throw 1 ball here. Got 1, got 2. The other one broke out. I think we're still fine though. Yeah, we're fine. So here we want to grab these materials. Don't fall in the water because that's a 10-second time loss. And then we're then going to continue the story for just a little bit more. So basically, we did an act of kindness, and basically we are returning the stolen tab slate that lives in this cave, I suppose. No, inside the Solatian ruins. Basically, the bandits stole the tablet, and so we got it back. And now, what's her name? Caliber now trusts us to basically help her with her problem, which is the fact that Ursaring is kind of in a state of madness and not calm at all. But you might notice something. So, if you don't know, not Ursaring, Ursaluna, which is actually the new evolution of Ursaring in this game. So, Ursaring does get a new evolution in this game, which is very interesting. We don't actually use it at all, but it is a fight that we're going to have to do, and it's the reason why we have the barrel in our party. So now we go back, and now we're going to abuse Geometry Mark 1 by going up this cliff a little bit. And then we're going to go this way. We're going to get this gray Tubblestone here, so we can get some more resources. And then here, we're going to activate our Stealth Spray, which what Stealth Spray does is effectively silences our footsteps. So these Pokemon, well, this one's going to see me, but these Pokemon actually cannot hear me, which is really useful to basically go behind Pokemon. Unfortunately, these Crickettoons are not being kind and staying in the bowl, so we're kind of just going to have to go. 1 stay, but we need 2 more. So here is kind of a really risky strat, but if I can get this early Teddiursa, that would be really useful, actually. Okay. Luckily, there is a backup that I can go for, but right now, I'm going to have to kind of remedy this by going catching some more Crickettoons, because these Crickettoons are being really, really finicky. We need 3 of them to stay in, and unfortunately, yeah, Crickettoons aren't being really helpful today. I gotta just stay. Okay. My Stealth Spray run out, so I have to use 1 more. I'm gonna try 1 more time, but if these don't stay in, we're gonna go back. Which also allows me to go back and try and catch 1 more Teddy. So the Ursaring didn't notice me, but that Teddy didn't, which is the more important thing. But unfortunately, we got broken out. So I'm gonna try catching this Crickettoon 1 more time. And if it doesn't stay in, we're just gonna have to say goodbye to it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, the Pachirisu also noticed me, so now I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, ditch Pachirisu. This run is not going very well, unfortunately, but we'll try and remedy some of this Pokemon. And then here we want to grab this tree. I'll also catch this Rolf because we're gonna need some bonus points. Okay, I guess not then. So yeah, sometimes the RNG in this game can be a little bit unfortunate. This is one of those cases where the RNG was a little bit more unfortunate because I couldn't get some Crickettoons and the Pachirisu immediately just missed. So here we're gonna try and catch like 1 Yanma at least. Here we're gonna activate 1 more other Stealth Spray, and then we're gonna try and catch a Croagunk. But the more important thing is we want to catch this Geodude. Hopefully that stays in. Luckily that does. We get a Thunderstone, which is, that's just money later, which is going to be very useful. Here we're going to... Now, I know things are going very, very quickly, and I do apologize for things. This is actually one of the kind of like the quicker segments of the game, where we kind of have to just rush through things. So here we're going to try catch V2 and catch 3. We don't actually have to catch 3 hippos now, but it'll be useful if we catch as many as we can. And then make sure that we have the right Pokemon. So this Ursaluna fight's gonna be kind of awkward because I'm pretty sure we only caught 2 Crickettoons and not 3. But we'll see how this Ursaluna fight goes. Ursaluna is pretty scary because it's a final evolution Pokemon this early in the game, and it's like also higher level than us. So that early strat of getting levels is now being punished against us. But luckily, Carnivine's here going to be helping us a little bit because assuming we don't die in one hit, which is nice, we're going to use a strong Acid Spray, which is actually a points. So you might be thinking using Acid Spray on a poison type is not very good, but it actually guarantees a defense drop, which is going to be very, very useful for the barrel very shortly. So here we're going to get that, and then we're going to get Slashed, which is obvious here, and then we're going to go into our barrel, which from what I did in my testing, I believe a Water Pulse into a strong kills. Oh, bugger. I just went for Agile by accident, but that's fine. This probably allows me to get another turn off, but I think strong just kills here. Yeah, this barrel is supposed to be level 23, but because of the Crickettoon mishap, it's only level 21, so hopefully the Crickettoons and level EXP doesn't screw us over for a long time. But anyway, here's a cutscene. I do have to do a backup strat for the Teddiursas, but any donations here would be pretty useful.
That's great. We have $20 here from Tomaine saying, I simply cannot narrow down my favorites down to 1. So here's 3. Tyranitar, Rayquaza, and Mimikyu. When it comes to type, that's easy. Dragon for sure.
Ah, those are some 3 very good choices, in my opinion. So yeah, we finally calmed down, but we realized that this Ursaluna is not yellow. This is because it's actually not in a frenzy, but it's because this Pokemon actually interacted with a frenzy Pokemon and kind of got like pollen stuck everywhere, and you know, people in a bad day in a pollen, you kind of just go sneezing everywhere and kind of just like become really, really miserable everywhere. So yeah, ugh, I cannot speak sometimes. It's hard to play and speak sometimes. So that's that for Ursaluna. We do need the Teddiursa. We do need 2 Teddiursas. So I am actually going to do a backup strat, which is kind of going around this way. We are going to get this, and we're also going to get also this. So we have some extra materials to now work with, which is always a good thing. But yeah, we're going to just get this stuff here. And then I'm just going to play it kind of safe and just feed this Teddy and just catch it on the back. So basically this just plays it extremely safe so that I don't have to use my heavy balls. Or I guess you don't. I have to catch one unseen or feed. So that's annoying. Please? Sometimes the Pokemon just doesn't like to eat sometimes, which is really annoying. So I'm just waiting for this so we can go. Okay, good. So now we walk back to camp. So and we talk to the professor. There is a cutscene where basically he says, "Oh look, here are all the unknowns that are gonna be everywhere now. We're not gonna do. There is one unknown we may want to catch because it's a free 20 points on even on a Pokeball because the unknowns have a 100% catch rate. But for the most part, we're not gonna be hunting for unknowns. There's one unknown. I absolutely know the location, and due to how this run is going, we may have to do that. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there." So here we're going to report to our research. We only caught 9 Pokemon, which is kind of low. So I do not think we'll be able to get a Ginter refresh. So for those who don't know, the person that we talked to for random items... Oops. Button. The person that we talked to for random items that we got nothing out of is basically... He refreshes his stock every time we catch 20 Pokemon. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to... catch 20 Pokemon. So we are much lower in points than I would like, but luckily I know some backups for some Pokemon that we can do. So here we go up once more, and we go ahead and talk to a good pal Kamado and say, hey, we did the thing, but now a new problem has arisen where Arezu, the redhead girl that we just talked to, is now currently missing, and so we now have to find her. How the game's supposed to let us find her is supposed to use Ursaluna, because we now gain Ursaluna as a ride Pokemon, which we will never use, because it allows us to dig, but it also has a nose that allows us to sniff things, and the intended way to do it is to find her by sniffing a scent that she really has that's really strong. But unfortunately, we don't have to do that because we know exactly where she is. So we can just go there. Not before we do a certain Pokemon beforehand. So we want to then now leave. But yeah. But basically, there's a running joke in this game where every single Pokemon in this game is a spinner. If you guys don't know, a spinner is a trainer that basically when they notice you, they go into battle. And so basically, most Pokemon, especially more late game, are very, very aggressive towards you. So we'll kind of have to deal with that. So here, we want to grab this. We also still want to grab all these materials again. And then here, we actually want to... Oh, that's fine. Here we now want to challenge this Carnivine because now we need to defeat 2 of them with a flying type. I'll be disappointed if you couldn't kill. That's unfortunate. So now I'm going to waste another turn on you. I guess I should have went for strong. That was me being naive and me being stubborn and not going for strong there. But it's completely fine. So here we want to grab this tree before we leave because we want some more Hopper berries. And then here we want to go ahead and feed these Tangler. Because we only have Pokeballs here and not only one Heavy Ball, Tanglers tend to be kind of finicky. I am going to use the Heavy Ball on this Tangler because it'll be very useful to get. But the rest of them I'm going to have to hope that they catch with Pokeballs. You didn't eat. I know you didn't eat because that berry was still there. So please eat. There we go. So here we do that. We go grab this Castafern, which will be useful later. And then we go ahead and activate the cutscene after we catch the Pokemon. Make sure that if you are running this game, making sure that you catch the Pokemon. Make sure when you're catching the Pokemon, make sure you don't go into any cutscene trigger, because if it's still in its catching phase, it will just break out immediately, even if it was supposed to be a guaranteed catch. So here we get this whole reconcile of how the two group, the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan, are not actually that different at all, but they're just trying to do the nice things, and because they're supposed to be like bitter rivals throughout the history, but this game we're trying to make them, work together, for a common goal and stuff like that. Power, friendship, all that nonsense. So here, just before we leave, we're actually gonna grab this tree to our right, and then we're gonna grab this tree to our right, and then we're gonna go a little bit left here to grab this, which gives us 5 free iron chunks, which are gonna be very useful for crafting late game balls. I suppose I can try and finish Kricketune here. Let's see. You're gonna eat that berry? I need you finished. Is that gonna work? Oh my god. Okay. Please? Please? Just be nice. Oh, research level 5. This might not finish. Oh well, I'm gonna try. If not, it's a good bonus. No, that's unfortunate. So here, we're going to actually challenge this Carnivine. Except this time, I'm not going to make the mistake and actually go for a strong Aerial Ace. That way, we now finish at least Carnivine. And now we're going to start on the job on the next Pokemon that we're going to try and finish. So Carnivine is now finished. We're going to go into the Diamond Settlement. And then we are going to go ahead and do Rhyhorn. So I know many people may like Rhyhorn. So here we're going to stun a Rhyhorn. And we're going to backstrike it and hope we catch. We want at least one. One Rhyhorn. 2. I'm actually going to use a Mud Bomb on this one, so we still have spoils in our inventory. 2, and hopefully that will be 3. If not, I'm going to have to run back. Nice. So here we want to do that. We want to grab stuff. And we kind of just want to kind of go here. We are going to grab some trees. We did catch a Combi, which is really nice. It's just a bonus 20. Here we're gonna grab this cobblestone. We're gonna grab this and these bushes. These bushes have the highest chance of stun items, which you want to see a lot of. On 1 stun and 2 stuns. We did see a leaf stone, which is really annoying actually, because I would like to see that in catch 'em all and not this category. Anyway, we're now going to move on to the second boss of this game, Lady Lilligant. There isn't really much to Lady Lilligant. It's just do the boss fight well, and yeah, that's the boss. So you're probably gonna ask how we do this fight really well, and the way we do it is basically she just has at first she only has 1 attack, which she's going to do, which is basically just a charge and jump attack. So the first attack she's going to do. This game also tells us about dodging apparently right now, but we're basically just going to chuck a bunch of bombs, go as close to her as possible so it has less distance to travel. We're going to chuck one, dodge back, chuck one in the air, dodge forward, and then we're just going to rinse and repeat this for the second phase, for this next attack phase. So throw one in the air, dodge, throw one in the air, dodge. Then here, she's going to do a jump attack, but then she's going to add 2 shockwaves afterwards. So, dodge. Then here we just throw a couple, dodge inwards, throw and start walking back, and then dodge inwards again. Here she's going to get Enter Enrage, which is hard to hit her multiple extra times, because she's very thin. So hopefully we get some extra hits. Then she's going to do jump, shock, jump. So we're going to go close. Then she's going to jump, so we go into her, then we go throw bombs, go up, and then dodge. And then lastly, if we are quick enough, she will not do the final attack, which is her, like, multiple jumps. And so that's the fight. That is the second boss fight done for Pokémon Legends Arceus. Ideally, I would actually like to see this fight done, like, not right now when it's almost nighttime. But actually, do I go for a safety strat? Nah, I think we're gonna be fine. There is a safety idea that I had because it's nighttime, but I feel like I have enough safety plans just in case we don't get enough points. There is a backup which, for most normal runs, if you do it, it's basically the sign of a dead run. But in this case, we kind of have to, well, dead run in terms of PB, in terms of like really good like time. But in marathon runs, obviously, we're gonna have to do it because we're gonna have to finish runs. So yeah. So yeah, here we go ahead, warp back. It's now a thunderstorm, which is, you know, nice. Oh no, it's just raining, not a thunderstorm. And then, yeah, so the luck in this game right now isn't really the best, but I can definitely it can definitely turn around. So here, we want to talk to this person again to see our Pokemon. Here, we're going to grab this, and then, nope, come on. There we go. And put the Pokemon back in our party, and failed another crouch cancel, which is great. Unfortunately, we only caught a total of 16, so Ginter's Shop doesn't refresh. So I guess we're going to just have to not need to use Ginter's Shop, which is completely fine. Ew, 3,500 seems very low. I'm probably going to have to do a couple of different backups and probably different strats, which is kind of what the nature of this game is. I know in the situation right now that we are definitely a lot lower on points than I would like. So I am going to have to hope that a certain RNG Pokemon spawns in later to remedy that. But overall, we should be able to be just fine. So here I'm going to buy some more stuff, which is 7 more of you. I also want to buy, hold on, 3 more of you. And I'm actually going to buy 30 of you. And then we're also going to specifically sell 2 items. At least 2 items. I'm actually going to sell more. There we go. I'm going to sell more. We do want empty items, mainly because a certain NPC is going to give us items, and if we don't have items in our inventory, they give us a text if we don't have enough space in our satchel, it'll go into our inventory, and the game loves to tell us about that because it gives us text boxes. So there I just sold some items so that we just have some space in our satchel so that doesn't happen. So now we have rank 3, which is fine. Rank 3 and rank 4 are the easy ones. Getting rank 5 is the more difficult one. Because, well, rank 5 is very important. Because that's how we get to the final area. The entire route is based on rank 5. There are 2 Pokemon that's now currently... If I relate this to my PB, there are 2 Pokemon right now that aren't finished. Because, well, it's one being Kricketune and the other being Pachirisu. Pachirisu doesn't even have any points to its name, whereas Kricketune does. Whereas Kricketune does have points to its name, but on the bright side, my PB didn't do Carnivine. It didn't finish Carnivine completely. So, at least in terms of points right now, it's still salvageable because I can just do an extra Pokemon here and an extra Pokemon in a different area to compensate for the points. But right now, my PB has this timed. I think this is just about more than 6 minutes of just dialogue. So I want to talk about something kind of funny. So this is when I used to do splits for this game, I actually did it mission based, and I figured out what each mission is. Fun fact: this entire piece of like dialogue and stuff is mission 9. I think. Is this mission 9? Or is this... Oh, yeah, this is mission 9. So, I find that kind of funny. So, this whole dialogue, this whole thing is like, oh, mission 9, just do whatever you want. Go to the thing and you go to mission 10, which is going to be the next area, which I think is definitely more of a technical area of the game. It's definitely an area that we definitely spend a lot of time in. Obviously, the first area spent a lot of time in because the game likes to like warp us back in, not pick in and out. Now, when we go in an area, when we leave the area, we are done with the area. So that means we don't have to like go in, go out, kind of like what we did with Obsidian and with Crimson. So that's really nice. But I think as we wait for like this cutscene to end, I want to know, how are the incentives going?
Yeah, so right now, I just want to quickly remind everybody that we have about 3 hours left for the main incentive for this run, which is the Arceus Fight Showcase. We have $600 out of 1,000. Still need $400 left to go, but I think we can hit that. I definitely think we can get that within the rest of this run here. And then as for the bid war between Adaman and Irida, Irida is still winning, $30 to $5 right now.
Keep those donations incoming. Those would be great. You definitely want to see that Arceus fight at the very end. It is the hardest fight for many people, and we're hopefully going to be, obliterating that fight really fast. So, yeah, because we gotta go fast. Speed running. Also, as of tradition, every time we start a new area, a lone Shinx is going to be taken with us, and it's going to be sacrificed. Right now, I have on the counter in my head that we've only used 1 quick attack thus far. We hopefully need to use 3, so we hopefully don't mind a slower fight, but just so that we can use a quick attack at least. Using at least 1 is beneficial. If not, we just have to evolve this Shinx instead, which is slow because evolving a Pokemon does take 18.5 seconds per evo. Some Pokemon, as you will see, is going to be absolutely worth it because the amount of research done just by evolving a Pokemon is ridiculous. Especially when it comes to the next few Pokemon that we're going to be doing. Especially for the next few Pokemon that we're going to be having in our team. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. But, yeah. So, welcome to the 3rd area. So, based on how my points are going so far... Oh yeah, I didn't do Finneon in my PB, so I guess I can do that. Oh yeah, that's something I have to do. Oh yeah, Finneon is definitely coming up, and so we're hopefully going to try and do that to the best of our ability. But before that, we have a fight to lose. So let's go ahead and quickly do this do this fight so that we can lose quickly, so that we can talk about this area and kind of its kind of complexity. So how it's shaped on the map, we're gonna go to the north of it, and then to the south, and then to an island that's also to the northwest of it. Because the map is actually shown to us at 90 degrees to what we're seeing here. So in this context, we're going left first, and then we're going right, and then we're gonna go forward into the sea, because we're gonna get this game's equivalent to surf very soon. And then we're gonna go right to a volcano. So that's gonna be fun. Right now, after we hear this beautiful flute tune, we are going to just quick attack and just hope and pray, I suppose. Also, for anyone who is that person who was a fan of Glaceon, this will be the last time we will see a Glaceon. So enjoy it as you will. Also, this is where the game decides to say, hey, we're gonna have 2v1s now, and it's gonna be against you. Other fights are gonna be very more difficult because of this, but right now, this is completely fine. But right now, we're not going to see the problems that's going to come until much, much later, where we're going to have to do 2v1s and eventually 3v1s. But luckily, we have basically done roots on how to basically deal with those fights later on. Also, I hope you enjoyed this fight. We're not going to see another fight for the next half an hour, because we're just going to be going around catching as many Pokemon as we possibly can. So that, that's going to be incredibly fun. So right now we're going to go back. We're going to go back and talk to this person. Well, I guess I could do that first, but I'm going to talk to this person. I do not want to rest. I want to see my Pokemon. I am going to do a thing where normally I would take Quilava, but because of points, I'm actually going to do a safety strat and use a different Pokemon just for points reasons. So I'm going to want 2 Teddys in my party. Nope. Nope. And then I want to keep the last 2 spaces empty. This is also the point where we get Great Balls. We can make how many? We can make 30 Great Balls, but I'm gonna make 20, and I'm also gonna make 11 of you, and I'm also gonna make enough of you. And then, just in case, I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna deposit these items. Yep. And then now we're gonna head off. We're gonna go come up here to get this tree, this bush, and that tree over there. And we're also going to get this couple as well. What does this mean again? I think it's just a rare items in there, which is kind of annoying because we want spoils. Oh, they still give me spoils. So yeah, the stun items are really the more important ones that we want. All the other items are kind of just useless to us. So how are we doing with stuns? 7. Don't like that. So here we're gonna here we're gonna start doing Machop, which we're going to just catch some in our inventory after we find the stuns. So we want to stun 2 and catch 2, and that's why we have the 2 empty spaces, so they can kind of stay in our team. And no Machop, that's fine. And then here we just want to try to catch the Skorupi, and we want to get these Pop Pods. These Pop Pods are going to also be useful with our Casterferns to create Scatterbangs later, which allows us to scare Pokemon, which we're going to be doing because it's very fast for certain Pokemon. Here we're going to have effectively what I like to call the Beautifly experience, which is basically just trying to catch a Beautifly, being really difficult. And then here we're going to go up this wall here, which we wouldn't think we would be able to, but we are. And then here we're going to go and feed this Arcanine. And also come up here to feed 2 more Arcanines and make sure that they don't see me. Wait, where are the Arcanines? Oh, they're here. Okay. I couldn't see them for a while, actually. Really interesting. So hopefully this Arcanine just eats the berry. And then we are going to feed this one more time. And then hopefully we don't have space for raspberry. Don't need that. Okay. Now we can just kind of just leave. It's going to get angry at us, but we don't care. So here we're going to try and catch this Paris, but it's not important. And also try and catch this Meteor, who's just going to sit there. These are just bonus Pokemon that we just want to have. And then here, we're going to check for Vulpix. We're really actually hoping for a Vulpix to spawn. Oh yeah, I need a Stealth Spray here because we need to catch more Beautiflies, which is always you know, great. A great time. Hopefully these beautifiers are going to be kind today, because they tend to not be kind. And then here, no Vulpix spawn. Well, we didn't check one place. Oh no. Vulpix, no Vulpix spawn. So, that's a little annoying. Here, I'm trying to catch a Beautifly, which tends to be a little bit of a rough Pokemon to catch. So hopefully we're able to catch 2, which is really important. We did catch 1 earlier, but we need another one. So hopefully they're kind, which they are. And then here, we kind of want to... We're basically going to spend some time here feeding some Glameows. Unfortunately, we accidentally scared 1 away. So this is going to be done slightly slower than I would like. And we also don't have Pokeballs. I might have to craft some. And then... do this. The Stealth Spray wall is off, which is completely fine. We want this Glameow to eat. And then we're going to catch this so we complete Glameow. Hopefully, without it being spotted. Hopefully this works. Nice. So here we want to catch some Pokemon. Well, get these cobblestone because we're definitely going to need to craft some more items. Actually, no. I'll do a save. I'll do another shop. Shopping in this game is slightly slower, but doing a shop is completely fine. But here comes kind of one of the harder parts of this run, which is, I mean, it's actually a strat that the world record holder invented, and it's actually kind of changing the day here to evening to do some tasks, because there's a Pokemon in this game that is required for us to catch, which is the Dusclops. And if we catch and that's a required Pokemon, but it only spawns at night. What the game wants us to do is kind of talk to an NPC and then change it to night. But if we change the time ourselves, it's actually slightly faster. But also, we actually change it to evening because there's a certain Pokemon in that area that we want to catch that's only day. But the reason why this is a really hard cycle to make is, well, not really cycle, but movement thing to make, is simply because we have, we basically have we basically have to make it there within 2 minutes. So I'm gonna see if I can try to do this. This is a really hard part of the run. But before that, we actually want to make an item known as Scatterbangs, and we also want to make sure that we have the Scatterbangs in my inventory and get rid of these items that we don't need. And then we also want to change the time to evening. So as we try to change the time of evening, within these 2 minutes, we need to do the following thing. We need to run this way to basically grab ourselves, to basically feed 6 fields and catch one of them. And after we feed these 6 fields and catch one of them, we then have to run. We then have to go to the area that we need to go. Unfortunately, that feels too far away, so we want to go feed that one and then also feed that one and make sure that the fields don't kind of cross each other. Also, I didn't craft Pokemon. That might be a bit old. So here we do that, and we do this, so that they all have more spheels, so they have feed more spheels. Then we chuck a ball to catch, and hopefully we don't have to use another one. No, we don't, so we can now just run out of here. I'm sticking onto this side of the beach so that we can get these pop pods so they can make more scatterbangs later. Scatterbangs are going to be a very important item. I guess I could have caught that if I wanted to. Okay, you decided to be angry. That's fine. We want to grab this cobblestone. We want to climb this cliff, which is harder than it looks. That's why I took it a little slow. If I was a Togepi, I would have went for that. And then I want to try to catch this Weasel. And I'm going to catch these pop pods as well. Get these pop pods as well. Unfortunately, the Weasel broke out, but that's not important. We're going to grab this cobblestone. We don't need that bug warp, but it's fine. Then we're going to go grab this thing, and then we're going to activate a Stealth Spray. And then we're going to very quickly use... X, please. Throw one Raspberry on this Chatot. I'm going to keep this Raspberry for another Pokemon later, very soon. And I'm going to throw an Oran Berry there. And... Oh, it's fine. Oh, that's annoying. Please. Okay, I have only one option. That's to do that. Hopefully this... Okay, hopefully we catch that shadow and then everything is kind of saved. Okay. We kind of saved ourselves here. So now right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a scatterbang this way. And then I am going to... that's fine. So I actually heard that by accident. And then we're going to kind of throw a Great Ball on this Duskull. We are wasting Great Balls, which is a little annoying. I'm also going to activate a Stealth Spray immediately here. So we can run towards this Dusclops. Like, what are you doing, Dusclops? Oh, that's being annoying. So we want to throw this Raspberry here. And hopefully this Dusclops eats it, and hopefully it just stays in the bowl. If not, I am definitely going for a safety strat for this Dusclops, where I challenge it into a battle. Luckily, we don't have to. Here we want to scare the 2 Dusclops one more time. Unfortunately, I think I only scared 1. But luckily, what we can do is go behind this and be able to catch that. Now, if the Beautifly was bad enough, these Dustoxes are basically the exact same problem. So hopefully with these limited Great Balls, the Dustox stays. There's one. Hopefully this Dustox stays as well. Okay, good. So I wasn't confident in my catch in that catch there, because you can actually tell how a Pokemon if a Pokemon's guaranteed catch or not based on their highest bounce. And so the very final things we want to do is I want to grab this tree so we can get more raspberries. I know for a fact that we don't have space in my inventory. Oh, nice Reaper Cloth. I'll get rid of you so we can get this raspberry. Because there's another Pokemon I want to catch, and I can actually use the raspberry to make it more consistent. Now we want to climb this. I want to climb this. There we go. I do not want to waste my balls on any of these Pokemon, really. And then I'm going to activate Volo, and then we're going to... Okay. Guess what we're going to be doing afterwards instead of continuing the fight? We're going to get that shiny Pokemon because... Oh, there's a shiny Apom, I believe, right there. So let's see if I can, after this, go quickly get that shiny Pokemon, because I know it hasn't despawned yet. Hey, look, shiny Apom in an ESA run. It can only be in an ESA that we can actually get an actual shiny Pokemon in a run. Anyway, now that we've done that, we're gonna activate 2 more cutscenes here, and because basically the entire plot is that we want to get the Basculegion. But the problem with the Basculegion is that it basically needs a Dusclops to make it food, and we need to use its specific Dark Pulse. Doesn't matter, we got the Dusclops. We basically did the thing in the reverse order, so we're just gonna do this real quick. And so here is a good time. Any donations will be a good time to read them.
All right, we got $100 here from Flimzovan saying, please donate more. Thank you for this great event. And they put that towards the Arceus fight for the end of this run, which means we only need 300 more for that. So keep it coming. And we also got $5 from Floha saying, good luck, Hedwig, my boy. Would have loved to cheer you on from the crowd, but I guess I'll have to do that from my hotel room now. And I think that was accidentally for stream 2. So keep in mind, everybody, that we do have 2 different streams that we are streaming from. One for stream 1 and one for stream 2. And so if you accidentally donate to the wrong stream, it will go to the wrong host. So just wanted to point that out there.
Yeah. We finally give him his Dusclops, and basically we're going to then now just evolve every single Pokemon that we have. Mainly because, well, we need the EXP, and then I'm also going to make sure that we have 2 empty slots here. I am doing kind of a newest strat, but kind of doing like a backup because we are kind of low on points. And also, I'm not confident in myself in Young quite yet, so I'm actually going to do some extra crafting here for more balls. And then I'm actually going to now evolve basically every single Pokemon except for Teddiursa, who can't evolve right now. This is mainly because all these Pokemon that we hear have a middle stage evolution, and middle stage evolutions in this game are really, really stupid because the thing is, this Graveler will have points saying, oh, you get points for evolving this Pokemon. Even though we didn't evolve it, because it was part of the evolution stage, it counts. So that's why we're spending time evolving these Pokemon, because the amount of points that they give us is actually ridiculous. So we want to do this. I guess my party will be the Teddy, a Machoke, a Geodude, a Chatot. Yeah, I know what my party is. Up, not yet. One of all these two as well. So now Machop is done, Teddiursa is done, and also Geodude is done after one more evolution, which also completes Graveler as well. So these Pokemon Evos actually make it so that they're done real fast. And one more. So this minute that I'm spending time on evolving is actually really, really useful. So after we evolve this, my team is still going to look orthodox, especially when there's going to be 3 fights that are going to be coming up. But so yeah, so I want to see. So yeah, definitely want to see my Pokemon here. We don't need any of you. We also don't need any. Actually, I'll take you just in case. We need to finish you somehow. We'll take you, and we need a Chatot as well. And then yeah, we'll keep 2 empty slots, and then oh, one more thing we're gonna do. I'm gonna also do the safety buy again. Oh, I don't really do safety buys here because I don't have to, but we kind of got some bad luck. So we do this. Buy 10 more Pokeballs just so that we have like enough. And then here we just grab some of these resources that we will need. Especially the fact that I used some way earlier. We didn't grab that pop pot. Oh, we don't have space in our satchel. That should be fine though. And then now we activate ourselves into a 3.5-minute cutscene. Oh, sorry, 2.5-minute cutscene where we get the ability to summon a giant fish. It's gonna be fun. Then after that, the 3 bandits that we saw, remember, come up, and then they also steal a Growl, and then they steal one of the Growlithes. They steal one of the puppies. I didn't realize this game became 101 Dalmatians. But yeah, they steal the puppy, but what they don't realize is that they actually steal the wrong one. Basically, earlier on, we were asked which one we think is the son of the noble Pokemon, who is apparently dead. Because this place is supposed to have a noble Pokemon, but they don't. Because the noble Pokemon recently passed away, unfortunately. And so we just have these 2 Growlithes. One is the son of the noble Pokemon, whereas the other isn't. So that being said, the big one is actually not the one that evolved, but they think it is because it's just the big one. Whereas the small one is, well, the actual Lord's son. So the bandits can't steal the wrong one. But a donation here and also any announcements would actually be perfect timing because we still have a lot of this cutscene to go.
Sounds good to me. We have $20 from who is saying, "Shut up and take my money. Get that goal for the Arceus fight finished, please." Shout out to the runner for providing such an amazing experience. And then we also have an anonymous $20 donation with no comment whatsoever, so thank you for that. And really quickly, let's just remember why we're here. Today, 1 in 5 children across the globe live in a conflict zone. Let's do something together to change their lives for the better by donating to Save the Children and their cause to ensure children's rights are protected even in times of war. 150 days have gone by since the war in Ukraine started. Save the Children works both in Ukraine and all over Europe, where Ukrainians have had to take refuge. Save the Children have been in Ukraine since 2014 and will continue to be there to help rebuild long after the war ends. During the war, they assist the evacuations, delivering supplies, and in setting up child safe zones. So get those donations in, and keep in mind that we still have that Arceus incentive that we still have to hit. We still need about $280. And not only that, we still have the bid war that is still going on between Adaman and Irida if you want to see this run go a little bit longer or hopefully faster. Your choice, though.
Here's something that's really interesting about this run. I think, I might be wrong, actually I might not be sure, but sub 2 here is really, really good, at least in my standards, but the amount of research that I have done so far is not the greatest right now. Luckily, I have a Finion that I have to do. But before that, before we get to the Finions, we're gonna have to do a couple of things first right here. The first thing I like to do is on a kind of like a Pokemon like here. I'm gonna start the fight here, and basically the only thing I need to do, oh that was a good miss, is basically I'm going to do a strong poison powder, which basically combining this with the 2 Dustox catches actually finishes Dustox really, really fast. And it's faster to do any wild Pokemon battles on the fish. Speaking of another one I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna do one right now on this Finion with the Machamp. And I'm actually gonna do the same thing on this Machoke. And I'm actually gonna do a strong bullet punch here, which also finishes Machoke early, but at least this gets it done. I could have used it on the fight, but I do have a plan for that fight. And then here, I'm going to use a Stealth Spray really, really early because I want to catch a certain specific Pokemon. And that Pokemon is known as a Quillfish. So Quillfish is different in this game. This is a Hisuian Quillfish. And it's a Poison Dark typing. Oh. Unfortunately, that one didn't get in, but luckily there are plenty of spawns of Quillfish in this game. So we do want one. I am going to be doing a strategy with it later on. So we do that. I'm actually going to fight this Remoraid as well right now. For Quillfish, we need to do 3 strong Bob Barrages. Even if this doesn't KO the Remoraid, which we don't care about, we kind of just want to do this as soon as possible. And then after we do that, we go far away from the fight. And we still have our Stealth Spray. So here we're going to... I'm going to Raspberry this Shellos, and I'm going to Raspberry these Shelloses, and I'm going to basically check for their level. I want a very high level Shellos in my party. So, what level are you? 34. You're actually the one I want. That's good. And then, unfortunately, we didn't catch them unseen, but that's completely fine. Because I can then go ahead and try and catch this one unseen. After I feed it, I'm going to grab this, the Shellos. We're also going to grab this thing. Honey Cake, I don't need that. And then, oh yeah, we still need to grab one more Shellos, actually, without being seen. So, we'll feed this. Also, throw away something that we don't need, like this. Grab this Pop Pod for more stuns later, and then I'm just going to Heavy Ball this and leave. And then now, here comes the time, well, it almost comes the time for Finion. I'm actually going to do one more strong Bob Barrage here on this Remoraid before we go and do Finion. This is kind of slow, but the reason why I choose to do this is mainly because I am behind on research, so... Here it comes. So Finion is a really annoying Pokemon because A, it's kind of in the water, and also its spawns can sometimes be replaced with ghost balloons. So that's not a great start, but it works. So that's unfortunately going to go away. So we're hoping to see them come up momentarily. I guess not. So we're gonna head this way. There's more Finneon spawns here. Oop. Oh. Might be too late. Nope. Just some time. So we need to catch 4. Oh no. Stay in, please. And we need at least 2 of them unseen. And then we need 1 more. Perfect. This should be not the best Finneon, but if that catches, we are done with Finneon. Nice. So Finneon is now complete. It's not the most perfect Finneon, but we do have enough to basically consider it to be complete. So that's at least good enough for me. Not sure if that's worth the money for that. The Finneon wasn't that perfect because I did miss a couple of balls, but at least we actually got Finneon, which is really good for points-wise because now I should be 2 Pokemon ahead.
I guess we'll leave if that was perfect or not up to Halkari.
Yep. I mean, he is the world record holder after all, so if anyone would know, it would be him. So here we want to get this. We also want to get this Tubblestone as well. And then we also want to evolve all the Pokemon that we can. So we want this Shellos to be Gastrodon. That's very important for this fight coming up. Well, fights coming up. And as we are here already, we're also going to evolve the Teddiursa into an Ursaring. So that Teddiursa then gets complete. And then Ursaring is almost complete. Take So now we're going to go into 3 fights in a row, but the first thing I'm actually going to do is actually rearrange my Pokemon in a specific way, like so. And then make sure having one of them in lead. So the Quillfish that we caught 1, and we just have to use 3 strong Bob Barrages, which is a new poison move in this game. We've already used 2 of them, but the third one we're going to use is actually in this fight coming up right now. So if you remember, there's the 3 bandits. Last time we only had to fight 1 of the bandits. This time we actually have to fight all 3 of them. So the first one is Bandit Clover, who's going to send out an Abomasnow. Normally I would actually use a Quilava for this fight, but actually because I had to do more research, I'm actually doing this Quillfish instead, which is basically a similar thing, except unfortunately this Pokemon's a range. So hopefully this Abomasnow just dies. Actually, this is strong because I accidentally messed up a strat, so this is actually really good. Yeah, assuming this dies, which it will. Oh, it doesn't actually. Okay, good. And then that. Okay, so that's fine. So the reason why I say I accidentally messed up is actually because one of the things I just did when I attacked for a second time is actually I pressed R, which actually switched the Pokemon thing, because that's a thing that's unique to this game, is I can actually switch my lead Pokemon for the next fight in the previous fight. I cannot do that in any other Pokemon game except this one. So that's a really cool thing. It's unfortunately only used here, this gimmick, but it's really cool. The reason why is that we want to have Chatot in this lead. We did catch 2 Chatot and we did feed 1, so the way to fix Chatot for points is actually to go for an Agile Oh. That's a little annoying. Don't die. Don't get poisoned. Okay. Let's try this again. We still have to use this because we still need this points. Oh, that crit was actually not that great. If a crit killed, then that would have been great, but we need to use an Agile Air Cutter there. But luckily, we can just send in Gastrodon. And Gastrodon will now clean up with an Earth Power. Or like a Water Pulse. A Water Pulse would have killed, but just to be sure. This does say... This is unfortunately, the Air Cutter miss is a slight time loss, but thankfully, it didn't go for Mud Bomb, which is a really annoying move because it increases evasion, which is a really not that great thing. Speaking of not that great thing, this fight is also was a little bit sketchy until I realized we could use the Mud Bomb evasion for our own benefit by doing some RNG, not RNG, but AI manipulation. So what we do for this fight is the first thing we actually want to do is we want to go after he attacks, because this Gastrodon is very, very slow, is we want to go for a strong Mud Bomb. By hitting this 95% accurate move, not only does this Rhydon go down, because of our evasion boost, it actually forces the Gengar to go for Dark Pulse instead of its other moves, because Dark Pulse never misses. So it doesn't want to miss, so it goes for Dark Pulse. This actually is better because we don't then have to deal with the stupidity that is Hypnosis. Basically in this game, Hypnosis Sleep isn't in this game, but instead you have a status condition known as Drowsy. And basically, it's a 50-50 chance for you to actually hit a move. So we don't want to. So when we can, we want to avoid those things. However, there are going to be certain fights which you're going to have to hope the AI doesn't go for this, because the AI is kind of dumb in this game. Because they will always go for like a super effective move or a move that does damage. But if they have a status moves, it kind of just screws us up a little bit, because they could either go for the status move or for the kill, which is really, really annoying. But yeah, this Growlithe is about to do what I like to call the impossible, and that is evolve without a Firestone. I wish we could learn this technique, because that would be really, really, really useful in Catch-em-all. But yeah, that's unfortunately something we can also do. Also, this Growlithe swam here. I would like to remind you that in this game, its typing is a Fire Rock type. It's 4 times weak to water, and it chose to swim here. So, shoutouts to this Arcanine who is apparently not very afraid of water. But anyway, the bandits kind of do this, and they kind of just run away. We might see them again, we might not, who knows. And now here comes the Arcanine fight. Similar to the Cleavor fight, we're actually going to kind of loop it. So the reason why we're going to be how we loop this, so basically we're going to make it kind of do the same 2 attacks. So Arcanine technically only has 1 attack, which is just a dash attack. He also has this big ultra attack where he can just well, basically incinerate the entire arena, but we will never see that attack actually happen. We may see the attack be powered up, but we'll never actually see the attack happen. But what we can do is effectively, if you're ever in the middle of the arena, he will always jump to the middle. So what we can do is kind of like put ourselves in a situation where he will always dash, jump, which will be which is basically really, really useful. And this is what we're going to basically be doing in the first half of the fight. Let's also not die, because I know a certain PB accidentally died to this fight. If you're wondering, it's mine. So hopefully we don't die in this fight. So we do that, we then dodge inwards because we can, and then we throw some bombs here, and then it will jump back to the middle, and basically we rinse and repeat until it's at half HP. Then we want to throw some in the middle, and then we're gonna do that again, and then it's gonna jump back to the middle. And then here, we're going to do a similar thing. It can be damaged now until here, where we're going to start throwing it up so that it can land later. Unfortunately, we got some, but not a lot of bonus hits. Here, it doesn't matter where it goes, because he'll always go back to the middle. And unfortunately, we can't do that strat again, because now the middle's on fire. So here, we're kind of going to bait the Arcanine to the most left here, and then try to get it to do that. Unfortunately, it went to the other side, which isn't ideal. Is he going to do that attack? No, he's going to actually come back. So maybe we get this here? No. So we're gonna have to, I'm gonna play this safe, just to make sure, and then that is the Arcanine fight down. 3 fights down, 3 areas down, 2 more to go. So this is where, in the part of the run where I'm actually gonna open the calculator app right now, because I'm going to need the calculator. I'm gonna need a calculator because I need to calculate how many points I have now, how many points I'm going to finish, and how many new Pokemon entries do I need to do, and what my strategy is for the last areas. This is the only time I do it, so hopefully we don't have to do it, because we are 2 Pokemon up from PB, I believe. Actually, no, we're 1 Pokemon up from PB. Because PB didn't do Quillfish. I'm using my PB as like my most general reference, even though this run will most likely not be in PB pace. I'm using it so that this run could potentially be at sub 4 pace. So I know the estimate says 420, but I'm really hoping that I can actually showcase a sub 4 run. I do have on my kind of like makeshift notes. Well, it's not really notes, it's just a blank piece of paper with some things, but it has 2 times. One is my PB time for a certain split in a certain place for both my PB and my average. And I want to, even though this might not be under PB, I want to see if this gets under average, because if it gets under average, I can then officially confirm this being a sub 4 pace. So that's something I would really want to hope to do in this run. Be able to actually finish a run in sub 4 hours, which is not an easy thing to do, I would say. It did take me... Well, when did I get my first sub 4? That was a long while ago. That's when we were kind of doing like... Well, no, the new strats were kind of a thing at the time. So hopefully that works out. Anyway, Irida says that she doesn't like the heat because she loves cold places more. And then here, for the very last time, we're going to go... Well, actually, no, that's a lie. We're going to go back into my party. We're going to grab the Shinx. And, you know, sacrifice it to the next fight. So yeah. Pretty good. We also got... Oh, that's actually a good amount of money, actually. And we also have some more money to sell. So yeah. Ooh. Okay. That's, kind of low, even for my standards. So... we're gonna have to do some interesting things, I think. Anyway, let me just talk to Silene first, and then get upstairs as soon as possible. Then, I'm going to need, some time to, calculate this. 6? So... yeah, this is also a bunch of a good amount of cutscenes here. We also get introduced to the worst character later on. So, we all get to say hello to the worst character in this game. I hate him with a passion, so yeah, we can all hate him together. 64 8. And then, what else? Oyama, there. And then 71. It's okay. 7. Golduck's... Also, this is the worst character, by the way. He's basically very annoying and just likes to interrupt us. But it basically just wants to be, like, kind of want to impress Adamant, being, like, one of the really younger, one of the younger, like, Guardian people, but, you know, we don't really care too much about that. He just gets in our way twice, and he kind of has one of the most annoying fights in the game. At least it was. Oh, I actually don't. Oh yeah, I forgot one more other thing. Oh yeah, we also need to do the shigs. I also forgot to calc that in my plan. So here, we're gonna do a new strat that's kind of been recently developed by one of the Japanese runners, where we're actually gonna go out of our way, and we're actually gonna buy candies. For that, I'm actually going to sell my Stardust and also sell this cloth, and also just do that, and then I'm going to buy as many of these as I can. 12 is a good number. And then we're gonna do that, and we're gonna get a Shinx. So hopefully we get one quick attack here, but if we don't, the backup for this Shinx is kind of just evolving the Shinx. So, right. Adamant, I'll say that you are better than Irida if you just give me one turn with your 2 Pokemon, which is a very unfair fight. I guess not. So, yeah. Luck, unfortunately, we have to use like 2 quick attacks, but I think because I'm going to play it safe and we kind of need as many points as we can get, I'm going to take a backup strat and go for... and just evolve the Shinx. It is a little slower because we are wasting time. Oh, there's another Pokemon I need to take with me. There's a Geodude I haven't finished. Oh yeah, I remember. So actually, we're about 70 instead. Yeah, anyway, we're gonna then now head to the training grounds because we need to do one thing of story because apparently here we have basically my good friend Ingo. Some people may actually know him because he's actually, like us, someone who traveled for basically Arceus who decided to send back, who's actually a subway master in Generation 5 Pokemon games, who is unfortunately lost all of his memory. So one of our things we are going to try and do is, well, we're going to try to get his memory back, but we're going to fail that miserably. So as we get to the Highlands cap, we can allow for one more donation.
We got $31 from username Niels saying, wait, are we donating to save the children or shave the children? I heard something about shaving. Don't worry, we're donating towards save the children. The shaving thing is completely unrelated.
Okay, so here what we're going to do is we're actually going to go back to my Pokemon team, and we're actually going to get ourselves back in our team. We're going to keep this Shinx with us. We're going to bring back the Gastrodon, and I'm also, one thing I actually forgot to bring with us last time is this Geodude. We actually need to evolve this Geodude. And then that's really going to be our team for right now. We're going to then craft as many lead-in balls as we can. And also going to craft as many scatterbangs as we can. We're then going to go into our inventory. We're going to basically just put back all the crafting items that we just don't need anymore. And then after that, we're going to now rest till evening. We're going to do this again because Yanma has a very good task which allows us to effectively just... If we just catch 2 unseen in the evening, because we caught 1 earlier, we don't have to do this. We basically don't have to be worried about. So here I'm going to use a Stealth Spray, and we're also going to use all my candies on Gastrodon. This helps us with some ranges later. Right now, we want this Yanma to get a Great Ball. And then I'm actually going to do a thing that I do here, which is I like using a Raspberry on these Yanmegas. These Yanmegas can be a bit finicky. So by using a Raspberry, I can actually increase the chances of catching. So here we want to go behind it to get the lead-in balls. And then hopefully that both works. Alright, good. So now we're able to catch 2 without being spotted. We're also gonna oh, we only caught 2 Yamas. We actually need 1 more. So we do that, catch 1 more, and then hopefully that will just be enough for it to be unspotted. Good. So yeah. Now we're gonna go into our second instance of basically being stuck in a walking cutscene that we basically can't do anything about. You know, gonna be fun. But yeah, I'm definitely playing this extremely safe when it comes to points, mainly because I don't really know like if what I'm gonna do is enough, because I need 85 here, and if I don't get 85, I'm gonna have to kind of like do some kind of slowish backups later on. Yeah, I'm surprised that no one, donated for the shiny that we got in a marathon, which is, not not that common. You know, I thought that people would donate for the shiny Apom that we caught, but let's see. Can I get? Well, I guess this glitch doesn't really work well here because kind of just I did dash, but I was then forced into a walk, which is interesting. But yeah, this is basically just kind of like another place that you can take like a drink break. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do because it's just a automated cutscene. Kill this spot. Just tells us about an alpha crobat that's nearby that we're not going to interact with. We're not actually going to interact with many things in this cave. In fact, we're just going to leave this cave as soon as possible. And then we do have plenty of stun items, so I have a couple of backups Pokemon that I can do here, as I am going to take this extremely, extremely safe. We're going in here. We do want to finish run, and I also want to get sub 4, so I am going to be doing Pokemon that normally I wouldn't do in any percent, because at this point, after the Crickettoons, I just say that this is a dead run, but, can't be a dead run on ESA, so can't reset. We're kind of beyond that point at that point. So here we kind of just ignore this Golbat, and we kind of just leave this area. So here, there's a couple of Pokemon that we're going to do and finish as soon as possible. So the Pokemon to our left, because it's still sunset and not darkness yet, the night Pokemon haven't spawned in yet, so the Pokemon around here should all be Golducks. So here we want to use our stuns, and then we want to use our balls to hopefully catch them. I actually gonna do a thing where I use... Actually, no, I should use more of it, some more stuns. So here we want 1, 2, and then we want to leave and ball this at the back, and then even if that doesn't catch, we still want to stun this, and then that's enough stuns. I am going to get some more stuns. There is one more bush around here that I can get, which is right around here. This can give me some more stuns. Hopefully it gets me a good amount. It doesn't give me any, so that's annoying. Also, the Mothim is a bit annoying here, but it's fine. And now we go ahead into the first melee fight. Melee is going to have a Skunk Tank, which is completely fine because we have a Gastrodon who is not only going to be able to tank a hit, but also be able to, because of our candies, be able to OHKO. The reason why we give the candies is actually because it helps ranges. Also, our money has no other use, so we may as well just use it on our Pokemon. So here we always see a Night Slash. We're hoping for not a crit. Good. 12% chance to a crit, but here we just get the Earth Power. Oh. I guess this is the one case where my Gastrodon's special attack wasn't actually that good. I need to keep that in mind later. I've never seen that happen, actually. So that's really, really interesting. But yeah, that should be fine. So yeah, good thing we've done Yanmega. Well, we're going to be doing Yanmega, but... Oh yeah, I should probably also mention what the tasks are for some of these Pokemon. So the Yanmega tasks that we have to do left, we did catch 2 unseen. So all we need to do is use a strong move and use Ancient Power once, and that completes Yanmega. Yanma's task was actually catch 3, 2 unspotted, and 2 in the evening. So that's why Yanma's kind of going to be done. Right now, there are some Pokemon that we are almost completing, and we're going to actually finish a lot of these Pokemon now. Like, another Pokemon that we're almost going to finish to complete is Ursaring, which is... Actually, the way that I finish Ursaring is kind of different. It's actually... Well, can be slower, but can be faster depending on the Ursaring spawns. And basically, I'm gonna scare 2 Ursarings away. So hopefully we get at least a decent Ursaring spawn that's coming up right here. And then after that, we have another fight going on. So I should probably do this now. I'm gonna use a super potion to heal my gastro, and then just potion. Yeah, there we go. And then afterwards, get the scatterbangs ready. How many do we have? 10. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. There we go. So now we scared those 2 Ursarings. We now have finished Ursaring with a scatterbang, and now with 3 spoils and 7 mud balls, we're gonna try and see what we can do in terms of tasks. Make sure we leave the Mega, because that's very important. And as this cutscene happens of starting this fight, I think we have a time for a donation.
All right, we got $40 from Ashcarp, who actually splits that donation up between 2 different things. We have $10 going towards the Arceus fight, and then we have $30 going towards Adaman, which means Adaman is now actually in the lead.
Oh no, the slower strat is going up?
You shouldn't have mentioned it, in my opinion. They say, so glad I caught the Arceus run, even though I missed the shiny. There's so much to keep track of, so keep up the good work. Also, I'm making sure Adaman wins.
Oh, let's see. Where's the Irida fanboys at? Where are they? Alright, but anyway, for this fight, the first thing we're actually going to do is go for a strong air slash. I said that air slash strong move needs to be done. Unfortunately, Yanmega doesn't learn strong ancient power, so he couldn't just kill 2 things in one go. And now, this is how we finish Tangler. Earlier, we caught 3 and, like, fed Tangler. How we finish it is actually defeating it and seeing it use ancient power. So, hitting the Sun Spore is good. Let's see the ancient power. There we go. So now, Tangler's done. So now we're going to head and bring the Yanma. I feel confident that Yanma can be finished. Well, this can kill. I hope so. Yeah, okay. So this makes it for a slightly faster fight because this now forces the Gliscor to use less moves. And yeah, so the Yanma goes down. We then bring in the Gliscor. Learning from my previous mistake, I'm actually going to go for a slower strat here because I know for a fact that I do not hit the range. Although, maybe I could. I don't know. This at least guarantees 2 shots, so yeah, that's the Ingo fight. The Ingo fight is not very difficult, considering the fact that we just get a bunch of bugs just before this fight to make this fight incredibly easy. So yeah, now that we finally done that, we now gonna grab the 4th of the ride Pokemon. So last time we got a giant fish. This time, well, as some internet funny man puts it, a man in a furry suit. But this Pokemon is actually known as Sneasler. This is because this is not only just the fact that Hisuian Sneasel has a new evolution, but also has a new Hisuian form, in which we're actually going to be using in the run for late game. But hopefully we can get that. I am definitely keeping a track on time, and I'm also keeping a track on many things here, because I definitely want, you know, my whole thing is that I hope I get a sub 4 pace in this run, which is kind of difficult to do, but hopefully we'll be able to do it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start riding this way. We're going to kind of just avoid everything because we're kind of also on a time limit. We have to get to a certain because we have to do some backups, we have to get to a certain Pokemon before it becomes daytime. So I'm going to go climb up here. I know I have a Hippo to finish. I'm just going to take it slowly. I just need to move. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to use a Stealth Spray, and then use Scatterbangs to scare some Toxic Growths. all I need to do is scare 3 because very earlier on we saw the Toxicroak go for a. We saw the Toxicroak go for a Venoshock, which actually counts for points. So I need the lead-in balls here, and I need you to play nicely. Oh, we scared 4 of them anyway, so that's at least some extra points. Don't notice me, you don't notice me. Right behind you, but you don't notice me. That's all that matters. Okay, we can leave. Now we can leave this Toxicroak and go do our next Pokemon, which is you know what? I'll take this as a bonus. This is still a good bonus. So here we go ahead and do our next Pokemon. I'm actually gonna catch this Pokemon without being seen. Catch this without stunning it yet, and then the next Pokemon, the next one, I'm actually gonna stun it. That's really good. Oh, oh yeah, this requires stuns. Hopefully I didn't screw this up. And then we're gonna go back this way so you can grab these hippos. Like I said, I would finish. And then I'm gonna grab these. Yep. And then after we do that, we're just gonna head this way a little bit more. And we're gonna attempt to grab this skunk tank again without being noticed. Actually, why am I doing that? I should use these stuns. Oh well, it's fine. And then now here comes another annoying Pokemon to do. Because I have to do this backup, I have to go ahead and catch feed 4 Clefairies and catch 1. This is really, really slow, but because of points, I'm going to try and do this backup. We have our Stealth Spray, so hopefully this doesn't become too much of a problem. Need this to stay in, please. Oh, don't be a troll. Don't get... Oh. Okay. Okay, you're being a bit of a troll, but it's fine. As long as one of you stays, we're good. Oh, no. Okay, good. The one in the Pokeball stays for some reason, which is kind of interesting, but we're still kind of on a very strict time limit here. I'm gonna stun you. Really? I just want some extra points just in case. But yeah, we want to continue going this way. And speaking of extra points, the Pokemon that we are going to be mainly using on this run later on, and that is going to be this Hisuian Sneasel, which I'm going to use a Stealth Spray here so that we are able to catch these Pokemon very easily. Please be high level. 54 is fine. 53 is not that good, but it's fine. And 56 is really good. So hopefully that stays. Again, in terms of damage, level is the most important thing. So now here we're going to be checking for Haunter. Haunter is kind of the more bad thing. Oh, that's annoying. That's actually kind of annoying, but it's fine. So Haunter can spawn around here. We're really hoping to see a Haunter around here. And hopefully it's of high enough level. Oh, that's unlucky. So I'm going to have to go for a different endgame strat now. Which is kind of unfortunate. So I was planning to hopefully showing off a new endgame strat that the Japanese runners use. But unfortunately we won't be able to. So instead, we're just going to catch these Pokemon as soon as possible. Hopefully without being seen. And then we have no balls. That's going to be problematic for later, actually. This Haunter's not high enough level, are you? No, you're not. That's a bit of an ouch situation, but at least there's one Pokemon I need to do real quick. which is the Electro, just the Voltorb, and then I'm gonna have to somehow deal with my late game situation in a interesting way. So I want to scare 4 of you, and then so hopefully that Voltorb stops moving. Oh my god, that Voltorb, stop moving! I need you! This sub 4 run might not be very well. Okay, that at least worked. Okay, so here we're going to now evolve everything. Well, just evolve these Shinx and this Golem, and kind of have to do something. So, unfortunately, there are 5 spawns of Haunter, each of which were 40%, and unfortunately, we got the 10% the 12% Ghastly twice, which is really there's one more, which is really bad actually. So. Luckily, there was a new route that I really wanted to show off with the Endgame, but unfortunately, we can't do that. So instead, we're gonna have to show off the old Endgame route. So I'm gonna have to remember what that is. So here, before... Oh yeah, we need to revive you. And then go ahead and... And then lead off the enemy. Okay. So this is kind of becoming in a really weird state, but luckily we have a thing. But before that, we need to do effectively what was a really annoying fight for a long time. And the reason why this fight is really annoying is simply because the well, because it's a 3v4. But luckily, this Yanmega is slower. Uh-oh, this might be bad. I've never seen a slower Yanmega before. Despite the fact that it was level 40, so, we're gonna have to, do that. But first off, we're gonna get rid of his Zubat, so that it then goes away. This might be fine, but I don't think this Yanma lives a Flamethrower. Especially if it goes for this. Do you live a Flamethrower? There's no way you live a Flamethrower. Yeah, there's no way. Unfortunately, this fight is gonna have to be gonna have to take this a little slower. So I'm gonna send out this Graveler so that it can just die, because I need to get rid of this Skorupi real quick. So we're gonna go back revive this. Actually, no, we don't. We can just yeah, we're gonna revive. We're gonna revive this this Yanma. So, one day you're gonna kill me? Thank you. So now we bring back the Yanma so that we can get the Ancient Power, so we can get 20 more points. Okay, that should be fine. Nope. Go ahead and do this. Oh wait, we're supposed to use Ancient Power and Yanmega. May have messed up a little bit, but it's absolutely fine. We can fix plenty of these stuff later on, because we're gonna have to fix some things. But before that, we can then now finally use an Earth Power. And that would be this fight. So I can allow one more donation, and then we can then go into the Electro boss fight.
Awesome, because we got an anonymous $100 donation that says no comment whatsoever, just puts that towards the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask bonus game, which will be Time Splitter's Future Perfect CAD Driving Challenge. So that makes that incentive almost met. And keep in mind, we got about an hour and a half left around that to get your donations in for the Arceus fight for the end of this run. So once again, that needs about $220.
Yeah. So now here comes the Electro fight. This fight is going to be a little bit RNG, because I'm actually going to try something that I probably shouldn't do, but I'm actually going to because I really want to show off this new route, I am going to try to probably just afterwards reset to night and then try and get this Haunter again. You probably shouldn't, but I will be trying to do that. But right now, we have the Electrode fight. This fight is pretty simple. All you have to do is just kind of run and throw and just like run around in a circle. As I'll take this free small drink here because this is a cutscene. I don't have the text. But the only thing that could be a bit random is the Voltorbs falling off. So the Electrodes use Voltorbs as bombs, so it can be a bit random. It's also random whether or not he chooses to jump to the middle. So you never jump to the middle first time, but he could jump to the middle later. So, but as long as we kind of just run around and just throw bombs in a circle, this fight kind of becomes relatively easy. He did choose to run to go to the middle, which is slightly slow, but it's fine. So then I decided to wait because I know this attack pattern. He does it in kind of like threes and kind of goes backwards. Oh. I've done damage too early. Let's see if I can get punished by this. So here, we always take the electric shock because it's just faster. But then here we kind of just continue running around in circles and just throwing bombs. You do another attack. You should do another Voltorb explosion attack, which he does. So all we have to do is just continue running around, and then we shouldn't be able to... And then he does have this mega explosion attack, but because we did this fight so fast, we will never see it. Ooh. So this RN... So I am going... Because I want to show off this new route, and this is still, at the end of the day, a showcase, I am going to try one more time. I also need to go into a fight with this Yanmega to... use an ancient power, so I am gonna do those two things. So I'm gonna go back to. This is slow, and you shouldn't do this in an 80% run at all. And this probably will kill my sub 4 chances here. But I definitely want to show off the at least the new route stuff, because that will be really interesting to see, and to also explain something else later. But I'm gonna try and see if I can get it. If I can get it, great. If not, I'll go for the backup route, which is a bit slower, and I wouldn't really want it. But yeah, in terms of RNG, this run has been very unkind from the very beginning. Although, to be fair, part of it can be blamed on my own skill issues sometimes. The fights have gone really, really well, which is kind of like the part where it's not really RNG based. But can't really say the same about catching all the Pokemon yet, so I will be doing this. I know this is slow, but I really, really would like to show off the new strat, so I will be doing this. And then we're also going to see whether or not we actually have enough points, so let's see about that. So let's first go ahead and quickly check for the Haunter spawns. Oh, I don't have any... Oh, I forgot. I don't have balls. Hold on. I can change... I need to go back to camp and make some more. Hold on. Oh, you're shaking. Okay. Not good. I know I should... I still need to get a Gray Tubblestone because I need the... I also need to make more balls because of it. So there is a Haunter here. And it's level 55. So I can show off the strat once I find a Gray Tubblestone to make a really good ball. So there's actually 2 Haunters. I need a Gray Tubblestone. Is there one around here somewhere that I can please? I know I should probably not be doing this, but I still need the Great Tubblestone even if I'm going for the backup. So maybe can the game be kind enough to let me know where one is? Oh, just make sure we don't I know this is very slow. This is very something I didn't do because this is unfortunately. Oh, that works. Okay, so we got the black Tubblestone somewhere. I don't know where. We managed to find 4, which is enough to go into my items, craft, and oh, I don't have apricots. Oh, that's fine. That's easy to get. I know an apricot tree somewhere in here. Well, you're shaking, so I'm not... Actually, if you're shaking and you have a Burmy, I can actually fix something. Oh, really? Okay, when I need to catch them all. Okay, this is just not going exactly great, but it's fine. Okay. Find apricorns and we can catch a haunter. Ah, there's one. And then... my satchel is full. Okay, that's fine. God, please. 2 balls. We can catch it. This is very, very scuff. If this was an any percent run, I would just kill it here. But again, we have one more of this, and we should be able to do this. Come on, be a pal and stay in. Nice. And now just fix the one mistake I made by just doing this. Running away, and then we'll then be able to finish it. Okay. Now that we finally caught the Haunter, finally, because RNG kind of screwed me over, we're now going to basically do this one last time where we deposit my entire team. Oh, right, I need a Pokemon to put in. Let's grab 2. Nope. And then put the entire team back. And do I have enough research? That's my big question. I did all that, but do I actually have enough research to actually continue this run? Okay, we actually overdid on the research, but I'd rather overdo it than not do it at all. So we just need 8,500. We actually did 9,000. I could actually cut a Pokemon if I wanted to, but oh well, that's fine. Now I can finally go on to the endgame that I really wanted to show off. The one thing I probably will mention is that sub 4 is probably dead, but that doesn't mean that this can't be a really good time. In fact, I still believe, even with this run, it could still be a good potentially 405, or even a good 410 maybe. So that's what I feel like what this run is going to be. That's why the estimate was 420, because if bad luck happened, which definitely happened in this run, at least I feel like bad luck happened in this run. I think maybe someone's going to tell me that no, everything that happened was a skill issue instead, which is completely fair. Is that, but now the research part of the run is now completely and utterly over. I did definitely play it way too safe, but really, in this case, I was actually kind of like low on Pokemon and I wasn't quite sure. But thankfully, we no longer have to be worried about Pokemon tasks anymore, because now we've reached the point in the run where I don't have to do that anymore. Now for Alabaster, I actually have to do the opposite. I have to worry about not getting any tasks done at all. Or making sure not doing a single one. Because that is the, kind of the more important thing. But yeah. I think yeah. So right now we finally reached we're finally going to go to the final area of the game, which is the Alabaster Icelands, where this is probably going to be a final call. We have about 20 to 30 minutes before we have to then close off the Adamant versus Iridir incentive, and then I'll be able to pick one to basically join with, well, let's say join forces, so more like cheerleader me on throughout the end of the game. So you have until then, so this is your last opportunity for them to impress you and for you to pick which is your favorite. The Arceus run, we still have about two and a bit more hours to get that. But as we go through this area, we can have a read for a donation. It's just mostly text.
Yeah, we got a $63 donation from Zvar saying, Dex donation for my favorite Pokemon, Abra. Can we get a Dex donation train going to finally meet that Arceus Fight Showcase incentive? Also, check out the new incentives, especially the Step Mania one. And yes, I would like to mention we have opened up 2 new incentives now for you guys to put your donations to. We have Clone Hero, which will have the Devil Went Down to Georgia All Strums incentive. And then Here Comes Plum for the Step Mania run, which will showcase the song that everyone remembers from ESA Winter 2022. So get those donations in for those. But yeah, let's get that Dex donation train going and meet the incentive, because now it has $200 left.
Oh, I feel like we can definitely raise $200, but now it's time to figure out whether or not our rival's going to be very smart. So this is the final fight that we can effectively throw the fight and not lose time for it. But the AI in this game, as I have mentioned many times, is stupid. So despite the fact that I decided to bring out on purpose a Pokemon with a super effective move, hopefully to trick the AI to just go and click it. So hopefully that works and it doesn't go for a Calm Mind. I guess it goes for a Calm Mind instead. So it does have Hypnosis as well, so hopefully it doesn't go for that. And then here we can just go for a Tackle, so we don't poison it by accident. And okay, so we got a second turn fight, which is the second best thing you can get. The worst thing is actually a 3-turn fight because it goes for, likes to spam Hypnosis sometimes. So now I can finally show off the endgame that I really wanted to show off, which is a slight variation of the other endgame, but this is actually the one I am more comfortable and actually hasn't been shown off yet. So the final team that you're about to see in this run is going to be completely and utterly unorthodox. Because basically, it's just going to be basically just just a bunch of like random like middle evos, and like 2 Pokemon that are normally slow. But the reason why we picked those Pokemon is because this team of 5 is going to basically be perfectly equipped for the rest of the fight, due to the fact that because of how speed works in this game, you can't really just solo one Pokemon. Because every time you attack, it will then attack, and then your Pokemon is just dead. Because at this point, they're kind of like hiring up the levels and levels. Especially when I did this casually, I was definitely underleveled, even just casually, for all of these fights coming up. Especially a fight that's like going to be coming up very soon, which I think many casual people will have a very hard time with this fight. So the first thing we're going to do, for the very last time, talk to him to see my Pokemon. And then we want to put our party members in a specific order. So, Skunk Tank, 45, okay. Actually, nope. Oh, oops. Pressing the wrong buttons here. So, you. And then we also want ourselves our 2 Sneasels. We want the stronger one first, and then a weaker one second. There is a reason for this. It basically makes menu management later much faster. But now, I don't have to catch any more Pokemon with the exception of 1, which will happen later. But right now, we're just going to be heading over to kind of where the middle of this big ice thing is. And we're going to be challenging the Warden of the Frenzied Pokemon. But the whole gimmick of this place is the fact that the Frenzied Pokemon isn't damaging anyone. So the question is, why should we quell the Frenzied Pokemon? But we're not going to have time for more dilemmas. Instead, we're going to be bringing this Sneasel, and we're basically going to be fighting him. This is where the gimmick where all the Wardens, or the remaining 2 Wardens, are going to have 2 to 3 Pokemon each, and the 2-3 Pokemon that they have are really strong. So he's going to have but the thing is, the other 1 or 2 Pokemon, the supporting cast, I would like to say, they're not as strong, but they're still like final evos of Pokemon. Unlike the melee fight, which was just a Skorupi and a just a Skorupi and a what was that other Pokemon? A Zubat. This is going to be now more fully evolved. So here's we're going to be dealing with a Glalie and a Frostlass. So for the Glalie, it's very, very simple. With our very high leveled Sneasel, we're just going to hit the close combat button. And this Glalie goes down. And then after that, we're going to then go against this Frostlass. It will Hex us, but that doesn't matter. We're then going to switch into our Haunter by pressing the L button and using the ZR trigger, which we can do that in fight, which is really cool. And then we're still going to have enough speed to then go for a Shadow Ball and then take a knockout. Which is really, really useful. So yeah. So that's this fight. This is actually a kind of simple fight. The next fight actually used to be, at least in the speedrun sense, the hardest fight in the game. At least the hardest trainer fight in the game. But before that, we kind of have to do this really annoying little mission because the person who has the Braviary that we need to get to the top of his ice sculpture because Sneasel can't climb it for some reason, because it's too steep, wants to play games with us. And what I mean by games, he basically wants to play a game of chase. So there's actually a way how we play this game of chase. So the first thing we do is follow her to the top of his ice sculpture and run my head towards the wall of it because, you know, I can't pilot this thing. And then after we talk to Sabi, we are then going to do the opposite of what the game wants us to do. Simply because we can actually, instead of going towards the thing, what we're actually going to do is go the opposite direction, and we're actually going to head towards the Pearl Settlement. So in Crimson we saw the Diamond Settlement, and so in this game we're going to see the Pearl Settlement that's actually in Alabaster. So we're going to go here until on the top right we see the Pearl Settlement, and then we're going to warp back to the camp, and then we're going to then climb up this wall. So we're going to go through this way, and then we're going to go up here to then climb up this wall. There is going to be a faster way we're going to climb up walls later, but until then, this is the only way we can climb up walls. And then we go up, up, don't fall. Falling is bad, we could die if we fall because in this game we have fall damage. Oh, not risking that. And then here we go ahead and talk to Sabi again. And then after we do that, the Pulse Settlement warp that we got, we're now going to warp back to that. Not only is it faster, it is also riskless because we used to actually not know about the Pulse Settlement warp until a lot later, and we actually used to try to climb down the hill as fast as we can with Weirdia, and a lot of the time we actually end up dying. So yeah, so instead we just go to the Pulse Settlement, and then here we go through this way, and we can actually climb a good chunk of this hill simply by using Weirdia. And then once we get here, we then have to climb the rest with Sneasel, which is, you know, a bit slow, but we have no other way of just climbing up fast yet. I will be showing a little trick which allows us to climb up faster. Oops, that's not what I want. So after that, we'll then go into the Snow Point Temple, and then we go ahead and start going into the temple. So people who have played this game, you would know about something inside this thing, which is known as the Reggie Puzzle, or at least I'm calling it the Reggie Puzzle, where basically you have the statues of the three Reggies, Reggie Rock, Reg Ice, and Reggie Steel, or at least I think they're supposed to be depictions, and then basically you have to go to the gate, and then basically say what panels they are. Luckily, us as speedrunners, we noticed that A, it's not random what the panels are, but also we have ways to remember it, so you don't actually need to always have a note for this. So we have ways to remember it. They all have their own very interesting ways to remember the panels, especially the first one. So once we kind of like dodge roll. This is also another place where stamina comes into play, where we kind of just after we run, we kind of just have to run and then dodge roll because we can't radiate here. The best way to remember the first door is speedrunners' worst nightmare when they run games, which is R, S, I. Yeah, we're all afraid of getting that when running games, so that's the first way to remember this one. So yeah, it's a serious hand condition. We don't want it, but we are kind of scared of getting it. The second one the way we remember this, and we have to thank the Pokemon speedrunning community that is in the American speedrunning community, is the way to remember this one is to go the IRS of Rhode Island. That's how you remember this one. And then how you remember the third one is unfortunately not as interesting as the other two. This one is known as Sir Icer. So for this one is once we catch council in here, it is Sir and then Icer. And that gets us through. And that finally gets us through here and gets us up. Now this is a very important thing. We come up here and we make sure that we check the Gallade and make sure it's not blue. It's not blue. So we kind of just run. We are somehow able to evade the Gallade, which is a miracle that can happen sometimes. And then now we go ahead to what kind of was the hardest fight in any percent until we realized that Sneasel was kind of stupid. And so was Gastrodon. So the Gastrodon here. So what makes this fight really, really difficult, it's not only it's a 3v1, it's a 3v1 against a Rhyperior, an Electivire, and a Magmortar, which on paper sounds really difficult until you realize that the Electivire only has electric moves. And so it can't hit ground types. And since Gastrodon is a part of the ground type, we can actually deal with this. But the first thing we do with the weakest Sneasel is we actually go ahead and send it to die by close combating this Magmortar. So it kind of just takes one for the team here. After it deals with the Magmortar, the Electivire... Ooh, I've never seen that before. So the Electivire goes for Thunder Wave. Normally goes for normal, but went for Agile this time, which is interesting. And the Rhyperior also went for Agile, so it's a bit of a slow fight, but it's fine. But that shouldn't matter too much. So we go into Gastrodon here. The Electivire won't be able to do anything. And the Gastrodon should be able to now then go for a strong Earth Power. Oh, I messed up. I meant to hit the Rhyperior. This is fine though. We should live this comfortably, but we don't live a Neville. I'm definitely misclicked here, but that is completely fine. Because we can just bring in Skunk Tank and then just use one of my revives to heal Gastrodon. So I am making some mistakes here. So... Oh. Okay. I guess I can Night Slash so I can do damage to you. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. But yeah. Oh, this is not fine. Oh no. I hope I didn't mess this fight up too much. I definitely messed up this fight a lot. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, so I definitely messed up this fight. What you're supposed to do is strong Earth Power the Rhyperior, and then the Electivire couldn't hit you, but unfortunately I didn't click the ZR button to change my target, so that was a bit of a rough fight on my end, so that is what I call misclicking, which can be kind of bad in this game, but luckily I was able to kind of adapt. Unfortunately, the Gastrodon won't be able to get the experience from this fight, but I think it should be fine. So anyway, the final fight that we're going to have, that's coming up right here before we get into a long cutscene, is The fight against the 3 isn't enough, so instead we're now going to have to fight the Braviary. So yeah. But the Braviary is very simple. Thanks to our Haunter that we caught earlier, we can just go ahead for a strong Shadow Ball, and this will be knocked out. We'll then be able to... And then we're going to hear for a very long cutscene here. So, yeah, it was a good time for a donation.
All right, we got $20 from Leo Kedron, simply saying, ESA hype! And then that is actually going towards the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask Time Splitters bonus run, which means that now only has $100 left for that incentive. Alongside that, we also have $200 that still needs to be raised for the Arceus fight at the end of this run. So let's see if we can actually get both of those met within the next hour or so that we have this run left. I think we can do it.
Here's an idea. If everyone donates $5 and if everyone donates just $5, you'll be able to hit that incentive no time at all. So if we can get like a $5 donation train for like favorite Pokemon or just weird things that just happened with you into this game, that would honestly be really, really great. But right now, here comes Adamant, that's like just being explaining stuff, and now it's time for, and also explaining where the lightning might have come from from that strange little wormhole from the sky that apparently everyone just seems to be fine with. But yeah, instead of that, we're just gonna kindly just move on, and then we're going to be finally getting our final ride Pokemon, which is Braviary. Braviary gave us the ability to glide, not fly, but glide. Despite the fact that it's probably capable of flying, but the game didn't want us to do that. So the thing how we do is to get there faster is the first thing we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go on Wadia, and then we're gonna jump off, and then just before we hit it, we're gonna go and get there. I don't think I have enough height, so what I'm actually gonna do is spam B, which basically means I can keep my speed, but maintain my height, but not lose as much height. So here we drop into Wadia, and then we're able to get this piece of ice that we're going to need to apparently challenge the boss, which is, gonna be completely necessary. Also, apparently Garrick just climbed all the way up here. He climbed the whole ice sculpture just by himself with his hands, which is, pretty extraordinary if you ask me, but, we don't really care too much about this because he's now gonna jump off. Normally, if you jump off here, you just die, but I guess he has the legs. So here we should still also have enough height here to just make it onto that platform right there, to that cliff edge right there. Just in case. Here we go. And then Volo talks to us again because, every area Volo has to have a conversation with one of our characters just because they want to. But yeah, after we have to, even if we say we're interested in a bit of gossip, even if we say no, we still have to go through this gossip. It's one of those you don't really have a choice, despite the fact we're giving you one. So yeah, after this fight, we are definitely gonna go up around here, avoid the Alpha Machamp because we don't really want to deal with it. Climb up this hill like so, because it's actually faster just to cut corners, if possible, and then talk to Garrick one more time, and then we're going to fight the Avalugg fight. So the Avalugg fight is actually a relatively difficult fight to do, because what I'm going to try and do, and I don't know if I'm able to do this, is I'm going to try and do Enrage skip. So every boss that we had is every time we got Enraged, we couldn't do damage. So we want to try and do this Enrage skip, which it basically saves a couple of seconds. We kind of have to do kind of mediocrely on the beginning, but after that, we can then kind of just do as really well as we can. So here, we're going to go walk left and walk right, so that we don't actually need to dodge roll during this entire segment. So this is his first attack, which is just Ice Breaths. Well, I did get hit there, but it's fine. And then here, we're going to see some ice being formed in the middle. Here we want to dodge left a little bit, and then here we want to dodge right as well. And then here, after every throw, we want to throw, dodge roll, every time he does his attack. And then he does this ice thing in the middle. So what we want to do is make sure you kind of go find the place where the ice doesn't spawn, and then you want to go ahead and dodge roll right here so that you avoid the ice beam. And then hopefully maybe we have enough bombs to get in range skip, although I think we might have to do it. We don't get in range skip. We were very close actually. So we just take some extra hits, get some extra hits by throwing up, and that's the fight. Hopefully I'm explaining things well, but yeah, we have another cutscene here, basically just saying, oh, things are fine. You know, we quelled the Avalug. The Avalug is the ice plate, and you know, we quelled all the warlords and all the places fine. So a donation would be pretty good here.
All right, we got $10 here from Nem1911 saying, here's $10. Let's get that Arceus fight going. And I agree. Let's get that Dex donation train going that we were talking about earlier. We also got $5 here from Puis saying, $5 dono train. Let's go. Favorite Pokemon, by the way, is Gengar. Hope to see it in the run.
Well, you see Gengar die twice in the run, but at least I hope Haunter's close enough. Because we will be using Haunter a lot. Haunter is basically going to be one of our main basically like psychic killers throughout the entire run. Also a good killer of birds actually, surprisingly enough. Considering the fact that most of them we're going to see is a psychic bird. Anyway, now one of the interesting things about this route that I'm doing is the fact that because I didn't do anything research, we actually skipped the whole fanfare thing of him saying, oh, this is the Pokemon you caught, this is the money, and this is the research points you've done. Because we didn't do any research at all, we skipped the entirety of that and saved about, I would like to say, 10 to 15 seconds. Just for that alone. So now, for the last time, we're going to now dodge roll up the stairs and dodge roll up these stairs and talk to the commander up, well, at least go up these set of stairs for the very last time up here, which is, you know, great. We no longer have to come up here, and we've cleansed overlords. Overlords are now fine, you know. We bring peace basically to the land. You expect nothing to go wrong after we have this dinner and supper, right? I mean, I can possibly think of what could happen after doing this. Like, yeah, there's still the wormhole in the sky, and that's probably still an issue, but I don't think that's gonna, you know, do anything bad or break anything. I think this endgame is gonna be, you know, pretty calm, pretty peaceful. I know we still have an hour left, a bit less of an hour left of the run, and also 5 minutes left, apparently, for the Irida versus Adamant incentive. So it's going to be closing very, very soon. But I possibly don't think anything is going to go wrong. Do you think?
I don't think so. I think it's all good.
I think everything is going to be just fine. Right, game? A big explosion. I don't think that's too much of a problem, I don't think.
I doubt it's an issue.
I don't think it's too much of an issue. Let's see. Let's go ahead and check outside and see what is happening. And I think someone broke the sky. Everything is now red, blue, and green. So yeah. About that. Yeah, the entire sky is now basically what I called it once, and I think it's still called this, known as the RGB sky, where the sky is just kind of like red, green, blue. And basically what's going to happen right now is that the commander thinks it's our fault because, we came from a wormhole in the sky, and so he's going to banish us. So that's fun. We're getting banished until we prove our innocence. So the question is, how do we prove our innocence that we didn't accidentally destroy the sky? That is something that we're gonna have to figure out in the rest of the run. So until then, we basically have plenty of long cutscenes here. So until then, couple donations, that would be handy.
That's good for me because we got a $100 donation from username Niels saying you won't believe how many people call him Arceus, even though his name is pronounced Arceus. And that actually means that we are less than $100 away from the showcase of the Arceus fight at the end of this run. So we're getting very close now. We have $5 from George134 saying Duck Train, quack. And then we have $20 from Kaiser saying yeet.
Yeet.
Yeet?
Yeah, we're getting... Well, this is fitting because we are getting yeeted out of this town. Very slowly, though. Because we have to walk. We're not allowed to run. Oh, we shouldn't do that because that actually slowed her down. So, yeah, we're getting yeeted out of the place. And also, the song that's gonna play, known as Distorted Skies, that's the song that you're gonna hear for effectively the rest of the run. It's actually not a bad song, simply because it actually works seamlessly with the battle variation of the song and the like being a caution around other Pokemon, which is a really nice touch. But yeah, still more text here, so more donations is handy.
All right, we have $15 from Bond KI saying it's not too late to donate after I missed most of the week. No, it's not. It's actually any time is a perfect time to donate. Thank you.
So yeah. So like I said last time, I mentioned we're going to be visiting Obsidian Fieldlands 6 times. This is the 5th time we're visiting the Fieldlands. Simply because it's simply because we're kind of banished and there's no other place, so the safest place is kind of to go here. We've been told that we should probably go speak to both the Pearl Clan and the Diamond Clan for support, but unfortunately, they're not going to give us their support initially. However, the leaders, are going to give us support behind the commander's back. So once we get through this text, there's actually a thing where I'm waiting a bit to press minus here because you can get a black screen if you press minus too early. It's not a game crash, it's just a black screen. So yeah, we talked to Leon from the Pearl Settlement who says, hey, you kind of did this mess, why are you asking for my help? But even if they could, they can't because, you know, reasons. Basically, the Diamond and Pearl Settlement don't want to help you because if they do, Commodore will then be annoyed. So we can't just do that. So here, we walk to the middle camp because it's the fastest way to get to where we need to be because there isn't a warp point for this place. It's just on a random bridge that we have to meet Mai. Being the first warden. Remember her? From like 2 hours ago. But yeah. So yeah. Mai then tells us basically the same thing as the Pearl Clan, and then we get to the one and only couple of seconds break that I can actually take on my hands. Basically, there is a cutscene that's basically for the most part, most cutscenes are unskippable. This is technically a cutscene, but not really a cutscene. But yeah, basically it's just kind of a sad thing where we have, you know, nowhere to go, and we're kind of just moving, kind of just looking at this lake, kind of just screwed. And then this Shinx shows up, and then it's like, come. This is the only friendly Shinx, by the way. Every other Shinx is annoyed at you. This is the only friendly one. Too bad it couldn't be at the beginning of the run. But who's our savior? Volo. Volo is basically here to effectively save us. Not that he didn't accidentally bring us here in the first place, but accidentally, on purposely, bring us here in the first place. But basically, we're now here teaming up with Volo to basically save this world that's currently dying and currently dying. So yeah, here we're gonna have a donation, and then very soon, about less than a minute, I'm gonna close the incentive. So if we can have donations here, I'll accept them.
All right, well, first off, I really want to quickly mention that we passed $76,000 for Save the Children now, so thank you, everyone, for the donations. And along with that, I hope you're ready to fight Arceus at the end of this run, because we just got a 100 anonymous donation saying thank you, everyone, and 85 of those dollars will go towards the Arceus fight, which means that is now met, and the rest of the donation, the $15, goes to Majora's Mask bonus run for Time Splitters, which that now only needs around $70. So let's try to get that one met now too, and we will be able to have both of those met. So thank you very much.
Okay. We can close the incentive now, and so whoever wins this is now going to be the one I pick.
Do you want to hear who it is now?
We can have one donation, and then we can announce the winner.
Well, this is perfectly timed because the bid war was very back and forth, and it ended up coming to someone sniping it. Username Niels donates $10.01, sniping the leader support race, which means that it... I can't believe that actually happened, but that means that we have a winner. Irida is our winner by 1 cent.
You know what? We'll take it.
We will happily take that. It is faster.
It is faster by text-wise. The one fight that it affects... well, we'll get to that one fight where one strat is kind of like consistently bad, and one is like inconsistently bad. And when we like consistently bad, isn't consistently it's bad, whereas, well, Adamant is technically consistently bad, whereas Irida can be inconsistently bad, where it can sometimes be good. But thank you, everyone. You have now picking Irida. So really, she's just coming along to join us and also have less text, which is really, really nice to have. We don't really want that much text. Well, we don't want text anyways, but basically, Adamant for some reason likes to talk a lot more than Irida, so that's why we would prefer to have Irida here. And also, just personally, I would prefer to have Irida. So here we go back to Alabaster Icelands, so that the reason why is A, because our cursor's there, and B, now we're heading over to the trials. So so we have the 3 lake trials that we need to do. We warped to the wrong place, so that's a time waste there. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back here. The same way that we climbed to the temple, we're going to climb to the boss fight, to the cave. But here, what we're going to do is actually go into Braviary, climb this wall of Sneasel, drop off, and go back into Braviary. And this is actually a faster way to climb. Oh. Well, assuming I actually get it. And then after we climb up, we then go into Weirdia. And then we go ahead and go into this, basically this cave. This cave right here. So, we apparently take damage there. I never understand why I sometimes take damage there. But I sometimes just do, which is completely fine. Inside the 3 caves, we will always have a alpha Pokemon waiting inside, and then a trial that we have to do. So, Yuxi, well, the first, let's deal with the alpha. The alpha, there's always going to be 3 alphas. This one is going to be the Alpha Zoroark that's in here. If you type like Zorua in chat if you like the show Hisuian Snow, because that's a great show that you all should watch. But anyway, the Hisuian Zoroark is a pretty simple fight. We're hoping for a critical hit here from a strong Night Slash, which might sound oh, I'm just wishing for luck, but I'm really hoping for a 50% chance, which, considering how kind of annoying this game went, I'm kind of just hoping that these fights, that's annoying, these fights just go well, hopefully. So here we go for a strong Night Slash. Do we get the critical hit? We do get the critical hit, so that's at least a one-turn fight. The Frostbite was slow, but not that slow. So now for the trial, what we're basically going to be doing is, for this trial, since Yuxi is the being of knowledge, Yuxi's going to give us a knowledge-based trial, which we already know the answer to. And so this is actually where I have a keyboard connected to my Nintendo Switch most people don't know about. And I'm actually going to type the numbers that we need to type in really fast with my keyboard, so... There we go. This is much faster than using the Nintendo Stick joystick, and this is because we can use the keyboard, mainly because it uses the Switch OS. So, because it uses the Switch OS keyboard instead of its own keyboard, we can actually use the keyboard to type in those numbers really quickly. That's the only time that the keyboard actually gets used in this game. This also applies to any other game that uses the Switch OS, so if you have a game that uses the Switch OS, you can use that instead. Oh yeah, I don't have my splits with me. I don't need to, like, press buttons. So this is the first of the 3 trials done. The second one is also relatively simple. We're now going to go and do Mesprit's trial next, which is actually the first one the game wants you to do. But again, we can do them in any order, and it doesn't really affect much. The reason why we do Alabaster first is simply because our cursor is already there, so we don't have to move my cursor anywhere else. And the reason why we do Obsidian second is because we want to do the one in Crimson last, so that we don't have to go, so that it doesn't have to load us back into Crimson. So that's why we kind of go ahead and do that in this order. So yeah, while we just go through this little bit of text, we can have another donation. That'll be appreciated.
Ashcarp sends in $5 saying, train hype! Favorite Pokemon is Hisuian Zorua. Sorry, my bad on that one.
Yeah, we just, the Zoroark entirely. Don't worry about that. Anyway, now it's time for us to head to the Mesprit's cave, which is, well, we're about to find out what the name of the lakes are, because I actually completely forgot what the names of the lakes are, because we don't have to remember them at all. Here we go into Braviary until we go into Wadia. Wadia is still the fastest form of movement in the entire game, so when we can, we will be using Wadia. And then we're going to do a jump right here, so that we can then just go down here as fast as possible. Go into Bastion Legion to ride this little bit, and then we go into Wadia so that we can then ride the rest. And then here's what I like to call the worst of the 3 caves. It's not because the trial itself is bad, it's because the alpha we have to deal with is bad. So in here is an Alpha Gudra. And the Alpha Gudra, to put it lightly, is annoying. Can be annoying because it has one move that it can go for, known as Shelter. And the reason why Shelter is really bad is because it boosts evasion, and it's just really annoying. Until I've decided to kind of take the new strat of using double Sneasel and a Haunter, and effectively turn this fight to be a lot easier and a lot less RNG. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to lead this Sneasel with a strong close combat, and we're going to go for a strong close combat, and hopefully we'll take the KO. Well, it is a range that is not in our favor. But luckily, if this Sneasel does die and it does use Shelter, oh, we get the crit. Never mind. We actually get the best variation of this fight, which is we just KO it. That rarely happens. So the strat that I was actually gonna go for is use Sneasel, close combat, let it get KO'd, and then bringing out the Haunter to use a strong Dark Pulse to take the knockout. But luckily, we don't have to do that. So this trial here is, so since Mesprit is the being of emotions, basically it's asking us to share our emotions with us. Our emotions of frustration that this run is not a good run, but who cares? It could be, all runs could be better, but, especially when you're in a PB pace where you just, want to share all your emotions, out loud, but Here, it's just as simple as press the first option, continue going. But yeah, so a couple of donations here because literally just press A and continue on. So the trial. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. I got a good couple ones here. We have $30 from Finelli. Amazing energy for such a long run, despite very mean RNG. Thank you for bringing this to ESA. And we have $20 from Snapper saying thank you for the wonderful runs this week. Phenomenal commentators and runners. And both of those donations are going towards the Majora's Mask bonus game, meaning that it only needs $20 more. So let's get that met maybe by the end of this run, hopefully. We'll see.
Oh, we have time.
Definitely.
That's trial 2. Ooh, actually, maybe? But this is still sub 4. I actually have no idea what time this is actually gonna get. I know it's gonna be a low 4, but I just don't know what it is. If I had my splits, then maybe, but because I know for my end game, because considering the fact that a lot of the times my run actually dies, or a lot of runs die where I had to do kind of like that haunter, like go around get the haunter thing. Most of the time, run dies there simply because it's because you need 8,500 points at that point. If you don't, you kind of just the run just dies there, and it's no longer a good run anymore. It's really, really interesting. This could, but I just don't know. Because my endgame splits average is kind of like still very slow. So, because I haven't done much of a new run strats yet. So now we head to Meerland's camp. Head to the Meerland's camp, and assuming we didn't mess this up, we can then go ahead and warp to the Diamond Settlement, which we got a lot earlier, and then be able to basically just go into Graviary, I mean, and then be able to go out of Graviary into Weirdia so that we can climb that cliff very, very fast. And then here we want to lead Gastrodon in this fight. So in this one, there's an Alpha Overquill in this one. So Overquill, for those of you who don't know, is actually an evolution of the new Hisuian Quillfish. It has a brilliant name, I think. Like being Overquill, Overkill. I think that's pretty good. A pretty good name. A pretty good name for a Pokemon, I think. Not my favorite Pokemon, by all means, but basically the reason why it's slower because Adamant has this whole speech thing with saying that how his father was like saw an Overquill and it was like really, really scary. And Irida's just like, wait. Ooh, boy. I didn't switch. This should be fine. This should still be fine. I'm just gonna lose some time here. Because, I didn't switch to Gastrodon. I still have a Sneasel in the lead. So, this will only just lose me a little bit of time. You shouldn't lose me too much. Or you can just, do that instead. It's fine. I didn't realize this Overquill would be much faster, but maybe we can still have this speed? No. But at least I get to know that so we do lose some time here because I accidentally led the wrong Pokemon. You're supposed to lead Gastrodon here. But luckily, we don't get super punished for this. So yeah, Gastrodon is supposed to be the thing. And the whole gimmick of this one is that this is the test of willpower. Or as I like to jokingly call it, the willpower to continue any run. So for this fight specifically, no, not this fight. It could be technically considered a fight because what Azov does is it mimics a fight that we've done already. It mimics a fight that we've done already. And basically, Azov is trying to say, oh, try to hit me, try to hit me, try to hit me. And basically, we can't. And so we kind of just throw it in its general direction 3 times, go in text, and then throw it 3 times. And then basically rinse and repeat until the game said, oh, Azov says, oh, you've done enough. I've seen your willpower. Because basically, Azov is trying to convince us to give up. Like, and we're just going to be like, no, we don't want to give up yet. Can't give up technically. Oops. Can't give up yet, but it's fine. So here we go ahead and just throw these bombs. Make sure we go into a neutral position before the 3rd one. Then he's gonna do the same thing again, where he's like, oh, if you should give up. You should end the run. You should, you know, stuff like that. And then it's like, we're gonna be saying no, because if we're at this point in the run, we're probably at a PB pace anyway, so we're just gonna continue anyway. And then, after the third one, he's gonna still convince us to say, hey, you should give up. You should stop doing this. And I'm like, yeah, no, we're still gonna throw more bombs. And then after this attempt, he's like, yep, okay. Okay, you passed my test. Here's your thing. Here's your thing. Congratulations, you now have the thing. Because the entire goal for this is we're trying to build the red chain. People who played Diamond and Pearl know that the red chain were used to basically to seal Dialga and Palkia depending on which games you played. In this one, we're actually trying to use the red chain to save the world instead of destroy the world. So yeah. However, we still kind of don't know how to make it. We have these three plumes, or these three things like Plume, Fang, and something else. However, we don't actually have a way to make the red chain because, well, we're just humans. We don't know how to make something that complicated. I don't know how Cyrus managed to do it. He probably just had technology, really. But that's completely fine. But luckily, the Lake Guardians are here to help us and get past this folly. So thankfully, they're going to help us create the red chain that we need. Oh yeah, that's how Cyrus made the red chain. I'm being an idiot. I forgot Diamond and Pearl plot. But yeah, here's the red chain that we're gonna be using on the legendary. But not before we have a lot of text to go through. But because basically our plan now, instead of just going straight to the legendary fight and just trying to prove our innocence right away, instead we're going to go back to Jubilife Village and trying to get the commander to basically help us, you know, challenge the thing that's on top of Mount Coronet. But he had the genius idea of going alone, or at least taking up his group of people to send in to fight a thing that they don't know what it is. So you know, genius idea, in my opinion. Wait a minute. Ooh. This is actually coming kind of... I'm just looking at the time and I was like, this could be. I actually just don't know, but this really could be. It's going to be very, very close whether or not this could be sub 4 pace. I know for a fact that the differences between the last two splits is 6 minutes. So if I get to a certain fight and I have in the next, I don't know if I can get to that fight within 10 minutes. No, 12 minutes. But if I can, then this could be it. So maybe I have to break my hands to get to sub 4, but who knows. So now our mission is to go to the top of Mount Coronet to kind of just deal with the thing. Kind of like, you know, deal with the giant space wormhole that's, you know, kind of doing us in. So first off, we're going to warp to the front gate, which for some reason our cursor's there. My guess is that the game kind of doesn't, just uses our last position when we're indoors. Interesting. And Irida's going to tell us that we're going to need to head over because Adaman's already there. Adaman's already there waiting for us. Irida's now we're going to now join with Irida. Also, this child is going to be very, very helpful because she's actually going to give us a very important item just in case something goes wrong. That is what we like to call a max revive. This is in case something goes wrong. which, considering how this run goes, it can. Like, there's still some cheese left in this in this run still, despite the fact that we're very much close to the very end of the game. So now we head over to Coronet. Bolo is going to try to be helpful, but he's going to fail doing it, simply because he's going to give us max potions, which are completely useless because everything just dies in one hit. So we actually don't really care about the max potions. And then, unfortunately, the worst character in the game is going to be even more disruptive and going to give us basically basically useless items like candy truffle, because, you know, he wants to, like, you know, say that he's useful and stuff, but oh yeah, no, he's giving us moral support, never mind. But it's absolutely fine. Now it's time for basically the endgame fights, but as we get there we could probably have one donation as we get there.
All right, that's great, because we got yet another anonymous $100 donation with no comments, but that goes towards $20 goes towards the Majora's Mask 100% bonus game with Time Splitters, which means that is officially now met. So we are now able to close that incentive, and the rest of the $80 is going to Stepmania Rhythm Game Showcase. Here comes Plum. Now is the time to remind everyone that we do have those two incentives that are now open, and now that the other two incentives are closed. So you can put your money towards Clone Hero and Stepmania, as those are the next two to get reach.
Gonna be close. So this is the so remember the person who rejected us for not giving us food? Yeah, not only is he a boss, he is also, fun fact, a ninja. Wouldn't expect that from that old guy, but hey, it's gonna be a problem because now we actually have to fight him. And this team also is very, very strong. We're actually completely under-leveled for this team, but that is going to be completely fine. This Mismagius, it only has 2 moves that it will use, Hypnosis and Power Gem. We're hoping for Power Gem. Very good. So now we go here for a strong Night Slash, which then always kills. The crit is useless, but it's like there. We get the crit, which is kind of slow, but that's absolutely fine. Then, after that, he then brings out the Sneasler, which even though Quick Attack will be able to take a KO, he will go for close combat. He's just an idiot. I don't know why he just goes out, but that's what the AI goes for. So here we then go for Gastrodon, which goes into Gastrodon, which here we can just then go for an Earth Power, which then knocks out the Sneasler just fine. So after the Sneasler, he's going to send out the Gardevoir. We're really hoping for that this Gardevoir takes the KO on us as soon as possible. That is not being trolly. That's good. Please, please, please. That's really good, actually. The Agile and Strong might have been a bit too much, but at least we got the KO. So here we can now bring this Sneasel in. Bring this Sneasel in. And then go for a regular Poison Jab. This should kill. Yeah, it just kills. This might be a bit of a problem because I think we don't have the speed. Also, this music is fantastic. I'm going to shift over it.
Just wondering, is now a good time to read some donations?
Just after this fight. So, after this Gallade finally goes to Psycho, I just want to be quiet for the music. But after that, we're going to go into Haunter. And then, what it should have done is probably go for a strong Poison Jab there. And that's what I'm going to go for next time. But now we can just go for a Shadow Ball and kill this Gallade. Normally, I would just go for a strong Shadow Ball, but unfortunately, we had some wasted of times. But yeah, here's now, we're going to have a little bit more text going up into the next fight, so yeah, now is a good time for donations.
All right, we got a ton of $5 donations coming in because of a couple of our ESA attendees right now at the dinner party. Looks like we have a donation train from there. We got $5 from Zephyr saying $5 donation train, hashtag ESA anniversary. We have $5 from Sunny Muffin, ESA, ESA, ESA. We have $5 from Patao saying hello from that security guy, good luck, well done. $5 from Zero Chiran saying, oh, I lost it. $5 there saying $5 hype train, let's go. This isn't time to read some more?
I think one or two more would be fine.
One or two more?
Yeah.
We got $5 from CBenny142. Don't mind me just loading up on crowd control points. And we got $5 from U Caesar saying $5 donation train hype.
One more.
One more? All right, we got $5 from Puppeteer saying Edinal hype train.
Okay. So this fight is also pretty bad. Well, at least it was initially until we found out that poison is really, really good against all these Pokemon. So, well, against one of the Pokemon, because we actually had the biggest problem with a Clefable for a very long time. So, but now with this strat, we basically now have the entire team crafted to basically take care of all of Kamino's Pokemon. Right. But here's the thing. You're going to find this really, really weird. Even if you're not a fan of Pokemon, you're going to find this part really, really weird. So, well, at least this next part. So here, we're going to bring in our Haunter against this Braviary. As you know, a Haunter is a very good bird killer. And that's exactly what this Haunter is going to do. It's going to absolutely obliterate this bird. And then, he's going to bring in a Snorlax. But not for the reason that you think. We are a poison type, and therefore, poison is weak to ground moves. Therefore, he's going to bring in a switch into a ground move. Therefore, his Snorlax. Which is fine, until you realize a certain other Pokemon. Now we're going to bring in our second Sneasel, our weaker one. Which is going to be really good. Here, we're going to go into an Agile Swords Dance. Into a close combat, which will be then able to go into, to then knock out this Snorlax. And then I'm going to go close combat here. I am looking at this. I don't think so. Oh, some form might be dead. Which is completely fine. Then I'm going to go. Then this Clefable is going to come in. Who also has a Psychic. Who has a move that can deal with us. This time a Psychic move. So he's then going to, take us down. Don't worry. We have a second Sneasel to deal with. And then for this one, we are going to then use a Swords Dance to get a power boost again. And then this time we're going to go Poison Jab, which will then cleanly knock out this Clefable. And then afterwards, he's going to send him a Golem who doesn't have a ground move. It's a ground type that doesn't have a ground move for some reason. So he's going to go for Stealth Rock. Oh, that's nice. Doesn't go ahead for the kill, which is really nice because now I can kill it and save one turn. And save a turn on bringing in Gastrodon, which is really nice. And then now it's time for the worst fight. So, because we picked Irida, the first Pokemon that we're going to face is Palkia. This is the Pokemon I prefer to see, but that doesn't mean this fight is any less not good. So, here we're just going to go and basically hope for the best. So what our strategy for here is, we're going to lead out the weaker Sneasel, let it die because most likely the Palkia will outspeed it, unless it doesn't have good speed. And then we're going to send in the second Sneasel, and then strong Poison Jab, and then we're going to pray for a 50% chance to poison. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's not great, but it's the best that we have. So hopefully, we're able to, excuse me? I was not supposed to go there. But yeah, because we picked Irida, we're going to fight Palkia first, and then the final boss fight is going to be the Dialga. So yeah, that's going to be incredibly fun to see. Also, headphone users are wary because you're about to hear Palkia scream. right about now. For some reason, Palkia screams twice. Dialga doesn't scream twice here, but Palkia does. So we have to catch this Pokemon, by the way. So yeah, here we get Earth Powered immediately, which is completely fine. And then here we go, bring in the other Sneasel. And then we're really hoping for a 50% chance to poison. And we get the poison, which is really, really nice, actually. Because now this makes catching this Pokemon a lot easier. So here we're going to bring in, like, the Hauntus because it's fast. So that it doesn't take another move against us. And then here we're going to go and use our Ultra Ball. And this should be a first catch Palkia. Nice. And that, my friend, is a first catch Palkia, which is a very rare thing to happen. But yeah, now we are here for basically a very big amount of time for a basically just cutscenes. So, basically for about the next three-ish minutes. I'll just explain the plot quickly, because guess what? There's another one. There's another legendary up here that we're gonna have to deal with. And basically, we devised a plan to basically deal with the legendary. So, while I summarize the entire next couple of minutes in about 20 seconds, donations.
That's perfect because we got a ton here that we got to get through. We have $400 from Zero Siren saying hello from downstairs and keep it up. Good luck, have fun. And then we have a ton of $5 coming in from all of the dinner people. We have Rastas with $5. My favorite Eevee evolution is Charizard. I don't think that's how that works. We have $5 from Nico Hart saying, here comes the $5 hype train. We have $10 from Anonymous saying double $5. We have $5 from Velopia with no comment. We have $5 more from Rasmus. Pokemon are cool most of the time. We have $5 from Link Boss. Sorry for the train. We have $5 from Vojtas131 saying greetings from the dinner crew. We have $5 from Lord Mao 5 saying, or sorry, $10 from Lord Mao 5 saying, man, I've not played Pokemon games in a while, but I'm quite happy to see that you can roam around in 3D nowadays. We have $5 from Viper saying $5 hype train, let's go. We have $5 from Ashma saying ESA dinner €5 hype train. We have $5 from Nordic Soy saying, choo choo, $5 train is here. Thanks so much to Crisisaurus for holding down the fort for us all with this awesome Pokemon run. We have $5 from Krutar's Beard saying, I heckin' love Pikachu. We have $5 from Prask saying, we play AG. We have $5 from Pianta Guy saying, we watched you practice in the concert room today, and now we're watching you on the big screen at the ESA dinner. Good luck and pray to the RNG gods. We have $5 from Random Pink Bunny saying, hey, Crisisaurus, you've been a trooper through this whole run. Kudos. My favorite Pokemon is Squirtle. And $5 from Crocy saying, laser power. We have $5 from Panda Senpai saying, hello, King. Panda here. Have a fantastic run, you absolute king. Thank you. We have $10 from Sibby45 saying, Speed Soul Supremacy, lol. We have $10 from Satan is a chill guy saying, this is my first time in Europe. Getting to meet everyone and be a part of such an amazing event is something I'll never forget. Thank you all so much for such an amazing event for such a great cause. We have $5 from Polister saying, good luck, Crisisaurus. My favorite Pokemon memory is when I caught Ho-Oh using my Master Ball. Cheers to 10 years of ESA. We have $5 from Seductive Spatula saying, go, go, Pokemon. Great job. We have $5 from Necrocosmos saying, greetings from the dinner. First time in Germany, last time Pokemon. Let's kill the animals. We have $5 from Patty2 saying, Nashlax is stabbing his bread down here. $5 from Dane909 with no comment whatsoever here, just the $5, keeping the train alive. We have $5 from Tizan saying, choo choo. $5 from Zas with no comment. $5 from Fatsuke saying, Fatsuke from the future here. My favorite moment from ESA is the $5 donation train during Pokemon Legends Arceus at ESA Summer 22, which has got us all the way to $80,000 raised for Save the Children.
Yeah. Alright, so this is actually technically the final like traditional Pokemon fight that we have in the game. As you can see, we're trying to get the ore that's behind us to try and get a ball, to make the Origin Ball, to allow us to basically catch the Legendary at the very end of the game. However, unfortunately, the bandits are here, so we're gonna have to fight the second bandit again. Luckily, this time, we have literally the deity of space with us, which is, you know, pretty useful to have when, you know, you're kind of just destroying the game. You're kind of just destroying the game, and so this Rhyhorn is unfortunately going to get obliterated because this fight is very easy. Hold B, mash A, you're good. You're good to go. Unfortunately, there's still luck involved in this fight, simply because this Gengar that's about to come up has Hypnosis, and, well, we don't want to see it. So, it always goes for an Agile move. Let's have some good luck, just go for a second Shadow Ball. Or miss Hypnosis, I will accept that as well. So, and then here we go for Earth Power. And that is the final train of battle that we're going to fight in the game. And for the most part, that is RNG over. There is one little case of RNG left with a certain spawn. And I can now safely predict that this is a 406. I think this is going to be a 406. If potentially a 405. But yeah, basically, there's going to be a little bit of text here. And then I want to explain something. And then there's going to be, so we can have a time for one donation.
One donation, sounds good. We have $100 from Tampa saying, shoutouts to the ESA pig that I cut in half with scissors on stream at the end of ESA 15. Made stay forever dead. Also, love to the mighty ES8. Another 10 years for us. You know who you are.
Okay. So, the thing I want to say is actually this is something that I've discovered in the run. So, I discovered this by accident one day. And it's because here we expect the game to say, hey, you should go ahead and go back to the professor and warp to a camp. We all thought initially we have to warp to a specific camp, but I found out by accident that any camp will work. So we now talk to this camp, and then we are going to go into basically kind of like the final cutscene of the game where we're going to be crafting the Origin Ball off screen. So let's see. How many donations? How about let's start with 10 donations and I'll save whether or not we continue on or more.
All right, yeah, feel free to just cut me off after one of them if you want to continue, all right?
All right.
Sounds good. All right, we have $5 from Mod366 saying, greetings from the dinner party. Would love to be in the audience, but the food was too enticing. We have $5 from Whitefire166 asking, are we winning, son?
We are.
All right, good. $5 from Andrew back saying, shout out to the tech team running the stream. Yeah, can I get some applause for the tech team really quick here?
I would clap, but I have to have my hands on mashing.
That's fair. $5 from Airmo saying, playing Pokemon for the first time was really hard for a non-English speaker, but I love it to death. Thank you for the run. $5 from Ursi885 saying, good luck. Do we get a Teddy Ursa in this run?
We did. We actually got 2.
We have $5 from Nardico saying, I'm stuck here with a British tourist at the ESA dinner, but he is awesome. We have $5 from Gadano saying, $25 from Gadano saying, I love ESA. We have $5 from Zeta2 hopping on the $5 hype train. Anonymous $5 with no comments. And then we have a $5 donation from Haywire with also no comments. We have $5 from Edena1127 saying, melon controllers at ESA 14, hashtag best memory. We got $5 from the Red Sock saying, donating for the dings, wink. We got $5 from Grumpmeister. I wonder what's for ESA dinner. We got $50 from Alex73630 saying, hi from the ESA dinner room. Spam some ayaya in the chat, everyone. We got $5 from Jack of Hearts 99 saying, yay, Pokémons. I love Suezo and Agumon.
Wrong franchise, I think.
I think so as well. We have $50 from Dras that just says heart. We have Henny giving $5 saying, hi, Crisisaurus. Good luck for the rest of the run. Great job so far. Also, missing number is the best Pokemon. We have $5 from Lumi Laura saying, my favorite Pokemon memory is not available. Haven't played any of them, but good luck and have fun to Crisisaurus. We have $5 from NGLN_ that just says yes. We have $5 from Leon Makar 90 that says, my favorite Pokemon memory is playing Sapphire without knowing English and finally wandering into the Kyogre cave. That's lucky. We have $5 from Toybs saying, I'm smelling some Manchego cheese around. Do we have time for any more?
2 more.
2 more? We have $5 from Zet saying, my favorite Pokemon memory is when we duped the Master Ball and found missing number. We once tried to catch it and fight with them, but the game crashed. And then I'll read off a quick one here. We got $5 from Accurate saying, doing my part to crash the site from the dinner. I wonder if we did that already.
Okay. As we take a little bit of a break, it is time for us to do the final fight, which, you know what, chat? I want chat to do one thing, I want the audience to do another. This song for the final fight is really, really bopping. And while I will be explaining, I want chat to just, like, get the best dance emotes that they probably have, and I want everyone in this audience just to bang their heads, like, just like that when they listen to the song, as I try to explain the fight as it happens. So the fight starts with Dialga in this case, just dropping meteors, and all we have to do is just dodge around them. They have like a big time before they drop down, so as that happens, enjoy this music.
Would it be alright if I stuck in some donations here in this?
Not yet.
Not yet? Alright.
Now he does the next attack, which is the Shockwaves attack, which you just have to dodge 3. And then after the third one, which is the most difficult because you don't want to get hit by the fire, which unfortunately we did, we're then going to go basically almost finish this fight. And then basically he's going to go into his enrage mode, so we just have to throw things up. And then we just have to chuck a couple more bombs because he's going to go for meteor lines. And then after this, time is at the end of this fight, and time. So I do believe that we have met the Arceus incentive ages ago.
Yeah, that is correct. The incentive is met. We're going to be seeing the Arceus fight now.
Yep, we are. So let me just... You can read a couple of donations as I get the fight ready on my separate save file. Just like
Awesome.
one. Just like 1 or 2.
1 or 2? All right, sounds good. We have $50 here from Alco saying, donation train from the ESA gala dinner downstairs. Edinal said to tell our favorite ESA or Pokemon memory. My favorite Pokemon memory is playing Blue with my friend on his cartridge during a sleepover at my place. My parents thought the light was out. My favorite ESA memory is probably the ESA after party in 2015 at Skovde Swimming Lake. ESA hype! Also, go Crisisaurus. Do we have time to run another?
Is this a very short one? Yes.
All right, we got $20 from Nyam saying, well done on the Pokemon run. That's quick as you can get.
Okay, good. So now here comes the Arceus fight. The easiest way to do this fight after it loads is... The best way to finish this is this. If you can count to 6, this fight is easy. That is literally it. All you have to do is count to 6. So the first attack you can do, which is RNG, is either Shockwave Meteor, or he will do lasers. We're hoping for Shockwave Meteor because then we can skip a phase, but this is completely random. Unfortunately, we get Judgment Lasers, so we have to dodge it 6 times. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now he'll always go for Meteor Shockwave, so we do this. 1, 2, 3. Basically, we just want to dodge in the inside after the Meteor Blast. So this is 3. This is number 4. Go back 3. This is number 5. We go back 3. And this is 6. Now you wait until it turns red because you can't do any damage. And now that it's red, we want to just stop pelting it. Then it's going to warp away. And we kind of just want to hit it as soon as possible. It will always warp away. And now he will always do a Shadow Force attack. So to deal with this, all we have to do is run towards a wall. And then just as he leaves, we want to dodge throw, and try and get 2 hits in. Unfortunately, I only got 1. This is actually a really good pattern because now he warps away, which means we can actually get him to basically turn blue at some point. halfway, he can't do damage, and then he just do. And now he just goes back to its phase 1 patterns, except everything's faster. So 2, 3, 4. That was close. I'm gonna play this safe. 5, 6. So now he can either do Judgment Lasers or he can do this attack again. We unfortunately get Judgment Lasers, so we have to go around. Try to get a sneaky hit. 5 and 6. Then he's gonna go for the Shockwave Meteors again, and this should be enough. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Maybe after this, it should be enough, and that's the Arceus fight. Only taking 1 hit of damage, which is actually really, really good. And that's it. That's the end of Pokemon Legends Arceus. I should probably mention that you only get to this fight after you catch all the Pokemon. So after a 9-hour run, this is what you have to do to finish it. So, yeah. That's it for Pokemon Legends Arceus.
All right, well, thank you very much for that amazing run. Thank you all for watching the Pokemon Legends Arceus run. Next up, we are going to have Super Mario 64 Crowd Control 70 Star by Cheese, and I'm also going to be ending off as your host for the night, so I'm going to be passing it off to the wonderful hands of Lador. So stick around, guys. We'll be right back after this quick intermission.